the equipment vis-a-vis outright buying, and just a general overview of whether or not, oversight of whether or not the equipment are being used as intended. A number of senators did express concern that visits to some counties have revealed that the equipment is yet to even be removed from the packaging in which they were sent. And so it will remain to be seen how that matter will be handled. Also expected, introduction of 2 new bills: the Elections Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 18 of the year 2019, sponsored by Senator Ephraim Maina, that seeks to amend the Elections Act number 24 and make it possible for a candidate to be presented to the electorate on party primary or election ballot papers in the way in which the candidate has chosen to familiarize himself or herself to the electorate. It means that should a candidate prefer, let's say, a nickname, then that will be accepted as their identity. There is also introduction of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of the year 2019, sponsored by Senator the Architect Sylvia Kasanga. Also pending debate on the County Tourism Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of the year 2019, and the County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of the year 2018. All that, including statements that will be sought by various senators, coming your way in this live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Vanessa Mwanga, and your sign language interpreter will be Leonida Kaula. On behalf of the crew, we welcome you to follow the proceedings from Kitui County Senate Mashinani Edition. Good afternoon and enjoy.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order, members. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of visiting residents of Migwani Ward, Mwingi West Constituency, Kitui County. I request each one of them to stand when called out so that they may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. They are 1, Joseph Maluki Mwendwa, Senior Chief, Mumbuni location. Erastus Mwendwa Maluki, Senior Chief, Nzatani location. David K. Mbusio, Senior Chief, Migwani location. David Musili, Senior Chief, Kisovo location. Frekona Kidhiki, Chief, Itoloni location. Grace Musanza, Senior Chief, Nzeluni location. Councillor Henry Musili Munyoki and John Musili Mwinzi. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I welcome you to the Senate and wish you well for the remainder of your stay. I thank you.
Ni sauti yake Spika wa Bunge la Senate Kenneth Lusaka.
Senator Wambua.
Ni Senator wa kaunti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to join you and my colleagues in welcoming the visiting administrators from Migwani. I hope that in their stay here, Mr. Speaker, they will follow the proceedings of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya and learn a few things on how to run public affairs. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I welcome them.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Ni wakati wa taarifa katika bunge la Senate. Na msikilizaji, kuna taarifa kadhaa
Senator Abshiro
ambazo zinashughulikiwa hivi sasa. Senator Abshiro ni senator maalum. Halaki Abshiro anatoa taarifa kuhusu siku ya kimataifa ya demokrasia.
Senator Abshiro is on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern, namely the International Day of Democracy. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations International Day of Democracy is held annually on the 15th of September to raise awareness about democracy. This year's theme is aptly participation, an opportunity to recall that democracy is all about people. Participation is a principle of democracy that has been embraced globally, including in our own country. Democracy is also built on inclusion, equal treatment, and participation, and it's a fundamental building block for peace, sustainability, development, and human rights. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to go into all the tenets of democracy, but just to say that every human being on earth has a right to take part in the governance of his or her own country directly or through their freely chosen representatives, and this right is provided for under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1984, in the African Union Charter, and in our own constitution. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I am the chairperson of the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, and as wearing that hat, it's important that I raise awareness about democracy and the regression that is happening with our democratic gains. Mr. Speaker, organizations like the CMD Kenya play a key role in the realization of a democratic political environment that is conducive for political competition and collaboration towards achieving a democratic nation. It is envisioned that Kenya, as a nation that is guided by the spirit of the Constitution, principle of accountability and transparent leadership, inclusion of people in decision-making processes, and respect of the law by our political parties are the best instruments towards achieving this. Mr. Speaker, political parties should be helped to embrace the democratic ideals of inclusion, accountability, and transparency, and to realize people-centered leadership. Funding of political parties enables the parties to have a face of ownership by all citizens and helps to dispel of the one-man dependency syndrome. Mr. Speaker, although Kenya is a constitutional democracy, the country's democratic terrain has undergone periods of constraint characterized by democratic regression, polarizing politics, and decline in democratic freedoms. Other indices that point to the democratic decline in our country include skewed economics, where the elite control our economy, leading to an ever-expanding gap between the wealthy and the poor. Tightly enmeshed economic and political elite, limited spaces for citizens to participate and express dissent, and clamping down of civil society's ability to act. Mr. Speaker, we've seen in the recent past a very assertive government that has literally constrained space for the civil society. It is against such realities that profound national problems such as corruption, unemployment, inequality, and conflict have been left largely unaddressed. It is harder for citizens to exert democratic accountability over the different facets of Kenya, and so including the recently what we are seeing recently in our own houses as well. Mr. Speaker, on a positive note though, Kenya has registered positive milestones in democratic development upon which entrenchment of a democratic culture can be anchored. Article 10(2) of the Constitution recognizes democracy as one of the national values and principles of governance alongside patriotism, national unity, sharing and devolution of power, the rule of law and participation of the people. Mr. Speaker, sir, the choice of this year's theme for the International Democracy Day fitted very well in our democratic agenda. Democracy should be as a process that has participation at its heart by all and in an open system. Strengthening Kenya's democratic landscape will depend on the extent to which local and community level citizen voices are heard and integrated in decision making, and also the extent to which devolved and centralized government allows communities to develop their own initiatives and have a direct say in the local and national governance. It is also, Mr. Speaker, dependent on whether all citizens, regardless of their economic status, have say in economic and political decision-making. It is imperative for us as the people's representative to deliberate on the milestones of our democracy and the gaps that hinder the realization of a fully democratic nation. We need to appreciate that despite the progress achieved so far, democracy represents a constant striving for voice, participation, and the right to express dissent, a system of managed open-endedness, as well as organized uncertainty. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I don't see any interest. Senator Wajir Abdullahi Ali.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 48.1, I rise to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the provisions of immigration services to Kenyans in the northern region. In the statement, the committee should state whether there have been issues have been put in place to improve immigration services, particularly the issuance of passports to Kenyans residing in Garissa and other towns in northern Kenya following the closure in 2015 of immigration offices in Garissa. Give reasons why Kenyans in northern Kenya have to travel over 1,000 kilometers to Nairobi for passport processing, where some regions, other regions, have short distance to travel, like Nakuru, Eldoret, Kisii, and Kisumu. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will want the measures taken by the state, measures being put in place to streamline the services offered by the State Department for Immigration to ease the burden of traveling to Nairobi, especially for persons wishing to go for Hajj, and to ensure that these Kenyans get services efficiently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Kajwang?
Unaendelea kusikiliza matangazo.
Mr. Speaker, I am well aware of the provisions of Part 11 of our standing orders on statements, particularly Standing Order 47.2, that requires a senator to do a written statement at least 3 hours before sitting of the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to beg your indulgence that the Public Accounts and Investments Committee has been holding its meetings since we came to KITUI, and as chair, I've not been able to do a written statement. I wish to beg if you could give me just a minute or two to update the House on some of the resolutions that we've made as Public Accounts Committee, either now or at the right time as you may deem fit.
Okay, I'll give you later. Let's deal with the statements that I've already approved, and also reactions to the statement by Abdullahi, Senator Wako, and then Senator Falhada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to thank Dr. Ali, Senator, for bringing this very important statement. As I stand, I support this statement because where I come from is part of this area, and we are hugely affected by this challenge. I just want to share one case that I interacted with recently. Before I came to Kitui, a young man was invited for some studies somewhere, and he did all his application, but just because he comes from Marsabit, up to today, he has not received his passport, and that has made him lose the opportunity to go for his further studies. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unfortunate because the people who come from northern part of Kenya are treated as if they don't belong to this country. In fact, even getting ID cards is a big challenge to the people from northern Kenya. And so I support this statement so that the services can be available to people. When people travel just to get passport in Nairobi, you can imagine of the accommodation and the travel expense. Sometimes they sell the few animals they have. And a time like this, when the drought has already, taken all their animals, they keep on begging so that they can come and do that. It is unfortunate that Kenyans are, in this part of the country, feel mistreated and mishandled, even in the Nyayo house. Like that young man called me twice when he was there and said that he came to that place, to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to Nyayo house, before even he took his breakfast, and up to 5, nobody even served him. So it is a matter that we need to give all the attention that it deserves and seek the answers that we need. Thank you.
Senator Falahada.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise my concern regarding this statement. And thank you, Senator Abdullahi, for bringing this statement as well. Mr. Speaker, before the closure of the office in Migration Office in Garissa, everything was running smoothly. But when the closure came, everything went haywire. And unfortunately, it is sad when such people from our county are being treated less than others, and we are the ones who accommodate when they want to come for their passport. And for instance, my dad missed to perform Hajj this year due to the delay for the passport process, and I wish the committee should relook into reopening of that migration office in Garissa. Thank you so much.
Senator, Mary Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to also add my voice on this important statement by Dr. Ali. And I want to congratulate him for having thought of this important issue affecting not only people from Garissa and the northern eastern part of Kenya, but many Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the committee that will look into this matter should actually look at how we can devolve all matters pertaining passport issuance and to all our possibly headquarters in our counties. You can imagine every Kenyan going to line up in Nyayo House simply because of a document. You can imagine the cost of transport, the cost of accommodation, the time spent on this, and also lack of information. Many of our people are not even informed on where you can get such a kind of document. So I think the committee that is looking at this matter should look at how the Ministry of Interior is working on these important documents, not only passports, but also IDs and all other documents that are required by the citizens of this country, so that at least we can make every process easier, so that our people get documents without suffering.
Senator Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our distinguished colleague from Wajir for bringing this statement. This statement, Mr. Speaker, speaks to not only northern Kenya, but all frontier counties. Bungoma, Busia, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, Turkana, they suffer exactly the same fate. In fact, Dr. Ali and our colleagues from the north are complaining about passports. For our counties, it's about IDs. You can't get an ID in our areas, Pokot, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia. You go for an ID, you are told, bring your grandfather, your great-grandfather, your great-great-grandfather's identity. How do you bring an identity of a great-great-grandfather who lived when there were no identification documents, Mr. Speaker? We want to see that these things are changed. Identification and travel documents are a constitutional right for every Kenyan, and the committee responsible that you may refer this statement to must call the Minister for Interior and the responsible departments to explain why people who live on frontier counties are discriminated against routinely as if they are not legitimate Kenyans.
Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to join my colleagues and I thank Senator for Wajir having brought this statement. I believe, Mr. Speaker, this is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, as a committee of the Senate, that is National Security and Foreign Relations, we have actually looked at this matter severally, even in the last Senate, where we have requested the relevant departments to have one database where they can be able to, an individual can be able to access his own documents. Mr. Speaker, I remember there was one time we were to merge births, ID and also deaths under immigration, so that if you actually press a button, you can be able to get your ID, you can be able to get your birth certificate and death certificate, and also your parents. But it has become too much political, where departments, they don't want to merge, just simply because they want to protect their niche. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans are really suffering because of an ID, because of a birth certificate, because of passport, especially for us who come from northern Kenya. And this policy where the counties that are bordering at the border should be vetted, I think it's long overdue. It's long overdue, and it is really wrong, because foreigners are easily getting passport here in Nairobi, and they are not even being vetted. While the real Kenyans who come from those border counties, they are the ones who are subjected to vetting. I wish to thank the current director, immigration, because I remember last Hajj, he really assisted us, those members of parliament who were able to assist their members. But that is not enough. And that is not the work of member of parliament to go to immigration to help our people. Kenyans should be able to get their documents wherever they are. And it is very important. I know I belong to that committee. We need to ask the relevant ministry to open those regional offices so that our people can benefit from whatever they want to do. Right now, we want Kenyans to get job placement out there, but unfortunately, those youths who are jobless and they are getting into drugs and all that, they cannot get those documents so that they can get employment elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, this is very urgent, and I hope the committee will be able to do the right thing to make sure that those regional offices are opened as quickly as possible. I thank you.
Senator Argura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Dr. Ali, Senator Dr. Ali, for bringing up this issue, because this is an issue which, as members of parliament, we always have to sometimes walk to near house to follow up issues. And yes, the government has to be very careful in making sure that Kenyan documents are only issued to Kenyans. Yes, they have to vet those who are at the border because of the logics that even foreigners can still get Kenyan documents. But if you look at what's going on in Nyayo House, it's like somebody doesn't know what he's doing. Because you will find
elderly people from northern Kenya or other parts of this country, mainly northern Kenya, I've seen them there, coming just to get passport to go for Hajj, nothing else. Then you are told you have to be vetted. My question is, who is the right person to vet that person? Is it not somebody maybe at the sub-county level or even at the regional level who knows the background of that person? But you'll find people lining up there throughout the year. I've gone there at different times. Every time, those elderly people are there, and this will have been handled. If vetting is done for the IDs, then it should be done also for the passport at the same point. Because there's no difference between the passport and the ID. If you can be given the ID at your sub-county level, then passports also need to be given at that level. We need to decongest what is going on in Nyaya House. We need to decentralize the immigration department. And I think that's the way we need to go, because the whole issue should be how to provide effective service efficiently to Kenyans, not to make sure people come and serve in Nairobi. Thank you.
Senator Shionga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity just to support Senator Abdullah's statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is very disheartening when you go to immigration offices in Nyayo House. If you go there, the queues from 3 a.m., the queues are as long as you cannot imagine. And I support my colleagues who have already said, it is true, these services need to be decentralized, and it is very true that we did it with Huduma Center, where all services are being issued in different regions in these countries, and the people are being facilitated. The same needs to be done in immigration, because immigration, yes, it is doing a very important service to Kenyans. But as much as we want it to be vetted, the process and the controls of important features on this passport, it needs also to be decentralized in this region. So I support Senator Abdullah's statements, and we urge the committee that is concerned, as they have rightly said, to facilitate this, because Kenyans, we are fond of just talking, but action is never done. This time round, we really need Kenyans to enjoy getting their services, especially in immigration services. Thank you very much.
Senator Bogisho.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me also support the statement by Dr. Ali. Speaker, I think this is probably one country that has overrated the document called the passport. We made the passport look like an elitist document. The passport is just an ID. Yeah. The passport is simply to enable you to travel to another country. If the ID were allowed to be used, Mr. Speaker, we would not need a passport. We would just use our ordinary IDs to travel. But we make it so difficult. We make it look like you have to wake up very early in the morning, line up for many days to get a passport. And that is even for people who are in Nairobi, let alone people who have come from outside. Mr. Speaker, the issuance of the ID or a passport should be an equalizer. There should be an equalizer. That means everybody should be given.
What's your point of order, Senator Omanga? Does the senator want to be informed? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I can hear my colleagues talking about Nairobi, and I think the statement by Senator Dr. Ali is different, because for Nairobi and maybe these other parts, 2 weeks ago, they've introduced the e-citizen, where you apply online, and it's like a visa, such that you actually get an appointment, and the long queues are no longer there. That's why maybe the Northern Kenya, it's a special case, because there is vetting and all. But for other people, actually, it was introduced like 2 weeks ago, and that does not apply in the case of Northern Kenya, where they are subjected in the vigorous, which point of view?
Okay. From the reaction of the House, you know the answer. Senator, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the statement is still going to be considered by committee, so I don't think answering it now will be very helpful. Speaker, I just wanted to say that we should demystify this thing called a passport and make it a very ordinary document that every citizen can have at their convenience. And it's possible to do that at the counties. Speaker, you just want as many people to have a passport as possible because it is a right under the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Okay, honorable senators, before we proceed our communication, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from St. Angela's High School, Kitui County. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Wambua, I know you may want to do two things.
Mr. Speaker, I will do those two things. One, I will join you in welcoming students from St. Angela's, Mutune. Mr. Speaker, this House should note that that is a school actually where the wife of Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. went. So, I should know. So Senator Mutula owes those students a cup of tea after this sitting. The Speaker, I want to welcome the students and their teachers and encourage them to take the time that they have and the privilege that they've been given to attend the sittings of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya in Kitui, to be inspired and work towards joining leadership positions in the near future. Mr. Speaker, the second thing that I would want to do is to really congratulate Senator Dr. Ali for bringing up this statement. I think, Mr. Speaker, the answer to this statement lies in the attitude of law enforcement. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is a requirement of the law that Kenyans should have identification documents. If you don't have an ID and you're walking around in town, police officers from the same department of government, which is responsible for issuance of ID cards, will be found harassing you. And Mr. Speaker, as Senator Pogisho has said, there is no difference between a national ID card and a national passport. They are just identification documents, only that one is used to facilitate travel outside the country. And so if you can issue national ID cards at sub-county level, there is absolutely no reason why you should not issue passports at the same centers. As Mr. Speaker, I think we should push for legislation to decentralize the immigration department, because the issuance of passports is a routine issue. There is nothing special with a passport, why people should be denied or be vetted or be profiled on account of application for passports. The Speaker, I support.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also join you briefly for actually welcoming the students who are in the gallery to this particular great house. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, may I also may I support the statement from Dr. Ali, particularly on the support of the students, Mr. Speaker. I remember 2 months ago, some students from Garissa University and I think Egerton University had gotten some exchange program to study some agricultural programs in Israel. Those who came from Garissa had so much problems in Nyayo House that I don't know the person who directed them to our office. And then when I went there, I realized that they had queued there endlessly for 2 weeks and they had not gotten those particular documents. By the time I assisted them to get those documents, 2 of them, their programs had already delayed and they never went. So I want to say that, as my colleagues have said, these are documents that are so important, especially during this era of globalization, where our children are expected to work elsewhere all over the world. And therefore, instead of encouraging them, we raise some hurdles to discourage them. I want to say I support this particular statement, and why not this particular frontier district, when actually the same had been applied to Eldoret. I think there was a time in Eldoret we were not getting this particular passport. We had been reverted to Kisumu. But today, in Eldoret, they are offering. Therefore, I'm wondering why these particular other areas are not getting, and actually they are the most vulnerable. To travel 680 kilometers to come for a passport is actually not something comfortable. So I support this statement, Mr. Speaker, and urge the committee that will take up to do it seriously and bring this particular situation into control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Malaki, then Senator Abshiro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me the chance to say thank you to Dr. Ali for bringing this particular statement to the fore. Mr. Speaker, what the other honorable members have said is all true. So this is to say that this is an issue in our country. Something must be done to stop the harassment and the embarrassment that some of our folks go through. When you consider, sometimes people think that Kenya is a small country, but when you consider somebody from Kibich, a Turkana from Kibich, that person is on the border of Kenya and Ethiopia, and they have to travel to Nairobi to get this passport. Imagine somebody from Nadapal, which is at the border of Kenya and South Sudan. They have to travel to Nairobi to get these services. Why can services be decentralized, put in their counties in such a way that people can get these services right there at their homes? And then there's the tax factor. Every time somebody from such flung areas travels to Nairobi, they spend money traveling, they spend money to come and sleep and eat in Nairobi. This is extra burden, extra tax on people that should not be there. Third point I want to mention is the thing of vetting. Vetting people because you don't think they're Kenyans. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you have noted that I'm clearly marked traditionally. I got marks, my tribal marks, that say I'm a Turkana. And if there is any doubt, then I'm a Maasai, because this is where our people did things before now. So it's so appalling when these days when I walk in Nairobi, they describe me as a South Sudanese. When I've been in Nairobi for many years and I was always a Maasai. So this suspicion where a clear and native Kenyan is thought to be from another country should just get out. And in any case, what is the fear? Why wouldn't we allow people, South Sudanese who would like to become Kenyans, become Kenyans? Ugandans who would like to become Kenyans, become Kenyans. What are we afraid of? The country is big enough to host all of us. Now, think about a country like the US. We go to the US and we ask for citizenship, and they grant it. Why is it we cannot grant others IDs? Now, I have the case of the Somali people who live in Turkana. Somali people like Turkana because they are Hearts people too, and they're used to that kind of life. So those people are having the roughest time when they want IDs, when they want passports. They are told, the moment you see somebody with wavy hair, you say, oh, this one is from Hargeisa. But that is a Kenyan whose grandfather was born in Kenya. So then, what is that person supposed to do to prove to whoever, to the authorities, that he's actually a Kenyan? And then the point the Honorable Wetangula raised, that the point Honorable Wetangula raised, that people have to show some identification, which includes their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents. My God, Speaker, somebody like Professor Malaki is the first one from his family to go to the university. He's the first one to know the dates, according to the Musungu. But others are simply just normal Turkana people. So when you ask for the ID of my father, who cares? He didn't have one. Ask for the ID of my grandfather, he didn't have one. It's just ridiculous that we ask our people to present things that we know do not exist. I don't know whether it's ignorance or carelessness. So the committee, please take this seriously and remember that those of us from far-flung counties, and I'm sure even Kituians, have to travel to Nairobi to get these things here. So we suffer the same fate. Why don't we do justice to our citizens? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abshiro, then I think we conclude on that matter because I think we are beginning to repeat ourselves.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement by Dr. Ali, which is really timely. Mr. Speaker, the Kenyan Constitution states that every person is equal before the law and shall enjoy equal protection by the law. All the persons have the right to full enjoyment of essential rights and fundamental freedoms, including the right to economic, social, and political rights. Mr. Speaker, the people of Northern Kenya have suffered for so long. And I know we've been told the other frontier counties have also suffered the same, but we from Northern Kenya have been discriminated against on all accounts. And the number one account on which people of Northern Kenya and frontier counties, especially in the north, from Moyale all the way to Mandera, Isiolo, Marsabit, Garissa, all these counties have suffered immensely. And yet, this is in contravention with our own constitution and the rights and freedoms as guaranteed in our constitution and the Bill of Rights. Mr. Speaker, this House has been here mandated with devolution. One of the things that we should be legislating to ensure that the basic documents are given as a devolved function is this, and I think we should, as this House, volunteer, and I volunteer myself, to come up with legislation that will compel our authorities to provide these passports at the point where people live, work, and play. Mr. Speaker, we keep talking about devolution, we keep talking about decentralization, but until such time as we ensure that these kinds of things are done, we will continue to lament, as we have told, we've seen in the last few days, about the rights that have been denied us, especially the discrimination that continues to plague the people of Northern Kenya. I support, Mr. Speaker, and volunteer to be part of the team or to come up with a legislation that will ensure that the decentralization of key documents are done at the sub-national level. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr., make your statement.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to make a statement very quickly on behalf of myself, Committee of Legal Affairs and Committee of Security, on something very important that has happened in Kitui during our visit. But it's also a request, and some members are here. This statement is about the status of Kitui prisons. One, the Committee on National Security and Defense should explain how a private developer acquired gazetted land belonging to the prison and subsequent approvals to construct a multi-storied building next to the prison and overlooking the prison. What is the cause of the prolonged delay of up to 7 years? Unwarranted increased delay in cases pending in Kitui Magistrates Court and High Court, meting unwarranted suffering to remandees and congestions of prisons. What interventions has the Court Users Committee put in place to resolve the challenges being faced by the remandees and prisoners and the prison administration? Number 4, what are the prison warders in Kitui? Why are the prison warders in Kitui excluded in the risk allowances awarded to other civil servants working in the county? What measures the government has put in place to ensure timely issuance of police clearance certificates and certificates of good conduct after the jail term is served fully, and the interface between the prisons and the DCI to facilitate insurance thereof. Mr. Speaker, allow me one comment that in the process of preparing this statement, it has come to my attention that nearly 100 remandees have been released following the intervention of the two committees. Thank you.
Senator Wetangula, then Senator Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Mutula Kilonzo Jr. for raising the statement which I had lined up to make, and Senator Faki had also lined up to make. We did, in fact, visit the prison yesterday, and I want to start, Mr. Speaker, by commenting the officers of KITUI prison. Knowledgeable guys, very hardworking, and they looked more humane than many prison officers I have seen who spend most of their energy bastardizing and bullying prisoners. I saw a lot of camaraderie between prisoners and their officers. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we noted, and the Committee for Justice in which some of my colleagues we were with come from, that there are a lot of delays in dealing with cases in this part of the country. People have been in remand for 5 years, waiting for their cases to be tried. And petty cases, possession of busa, stealing a chicken, stealing a goat. Mr. Speaker, how do you stay in remand for that long? And we were appallingly told, Mr. Speaker, that unlike other places and jurisdictions, when eventually these persons are sentenced, they don't even take into account pre-trial remand period. Because if your sentence is about 2 years and you have been in custody for 3-4 years, upon conviction you should be let to go home. You shouldn't be sent to any prison at all. But lastly, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is the issue that the two committees agreed upon, which Mutula Kilonzo Jr. has mentioned, that some of these boys and girls in prison are unfortunate victims of circumstances and the economic situation in the country. You go to jail, and when you come out, even to become a matatu tout, you need a certificate of good conduct from the police. Even if you want to become a driver, you need a certificate of good conduct from the police. Even if you want to work in a Muindi's shop, you need a certificate of good conduct from the police. This House, Mr. Speaker, should bring legislation, because the new constitution changed prisons from places of punishment to places of correction. That a person who has finished his or her prison term, upon satisfaction by the officers who supervise the term, must come out with a certificate of good conduct, that we have rehabilitated this person and is fit and clean to join society and be productive like everybody else, so that they don't come out and the only other occupation is to revert back to crime because that's the only thing they can do. If you can't be a tout, if you can't be a driver, you can't sell in a shop, what else can you do, Mr. Speaker? So this House must come up with legislation. Yesterday's visit was a major eye-opener to the members of the committee, and we were surprised, Mr. Speaker, with the knowledge of the prisoners. Young, vibrant, they told us how they watch TV, how they see Weta debating, and Mr. Speaker, they were extremely welcoming to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is one of our highlights as a Senate. Amongst the things that we'll be so proud living to KITUI after today is the impact that that visit by that particular committee will have created. First, the impression on the prisoners, to remember that in the eyes of many, they may feel condemned, but there are people who still look at them as human beings worthy of some rights. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue that has been raised by Senator Mutula Kilonzo, it will perhaps be better, Mr. Speaker, when you're issuing your final directions on this particular matter, to give an indication to the people of KITUI who are listening to this particular debate as to when the committee that you will charge with the responsibility of following up this matter will come back with an answer to them and assure them that first, this public land will be reverted back to the use for which it was intended to, and this land grabber will actually face the law, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Senators, before I give the floor to Senator Faki, I have a communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from KITUI School for the Deaf, KITUI County. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I wish them a fruitful visit. I also wish to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from St. Charles Luanga Boys High School, KITUI. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. And finally, I'd also like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from Mulango Bible College School, KITUI County. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa ya kuchangia taarifa ya Senator Makueni, Senator Mutula Kilonzo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningependa kuwakaribisha wanafunzi katika kikao hichi cha Senate ambacho nafikiri leo itakuwa ni siku ya mwisho kirudi makao yake makuu Nairobi, lakini nawaomba kwamba watie bidii katika masomo, kwa sababu bila ya masomo hutaweza kufika hapa. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, tulizuru gereza la KITUI jana asubuhi tukiwa na maseneta wa kamati ya sheria na kamati ya usalama ya Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo ambalo tulilipata kwanza ni kwamba jela ya KITUI kama zile jela nyingine zote zina tatizo la msongamano wa wafungwa. Jela ya KITUI yenye uwezo wa kubeba wafungwa 300 lilikuwa na wafungwa 673 jana asubuhi. Mheshimiwa Spika, wengi wa wafungwa hawa wameshtakiwa makosa madogo madogo ambayo faini yake labda haizidi shilingi 5,000 ama 10,000, na mwisho wanabaki kukaa ndani wakipewa chakula na wafanye kazi yoyote. Mheshimiwa Spika, mahali wanapokaa ni chumba ambacho kina urefu wa 10 kwa 10, yani 10 by 10 feet, ambapo kinalala watu zaidi ya 100. Mheshimiwa Spika, hilo ni jambo ambalo linadunisha maisha ya binadamu, kwa sababu binadamu hawezi zaidi ya 100 hawapaswi kulala katika chumba ambacho ni cha ukubwa wa 10 kwa 10. Mheshimiwa Spika, jana sisi kama maseneta kwa moyo wetu ambao ulitugusa tuliweza kuchanga karibu shilingi 80,000 kulipia baadhi ya wafungwa wale faini ili waweze kurudi nyumbani, na 15 waliachiliwa hapo hapo baada ya kulipa hiyo faini, na ile pesa ambayo tulikuwa tumepewa juzi kidogo ya per diem yote ilibaki hapo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema kwamba mahakama lazima ziwe macho, kwa sababu utapata kwa makosa madogo madogo unawekewa dhamana ambayo familia yako hawezi kupata. Ukiangalia wale mabwenyenye wanaoshtakiwa na makosa makubwa makubwa wanapewa bondi ndogo ndogo ambazo ni rahisi wao kulipa, lakini hawa maskini ambao wanashtakiwa katika mahakama hizi nyingi wanapewa bondi kubwa ili wakose kulipa warudi gerezani. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo lingine ambalo tuliona ni kwamba mahakimu wana utepetevu mkubwa katika kuendesha kesi zao. Utapata zaidi ya kesi 100 ambazo ziko katika gereza hili hazina tarehe ya kusikizwa. Ikiwa huna tarehe ya kusikizwa, ina maana kwamba umekaa ndani hujui utatoka lini, kwa sababu kama umefungwa unajua kwamba mimi natumikia kifungo kwa mwaka, miaka 2, ambapo nikimaliza nitaenda nyumbani, lakini kama ngojea kesi hujui utatoka lini. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, yako mambo ambayo lazima mahakama ifuatilie, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa na katiba mpya ambayo inalinda haki za Wakenya wakati wale wanaotakana kulinda haki zile wanazikanyaga na kuendelea kuwanyanyasa Wakenya ambao hawana hatia. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwisho ni kwamba tumeelezwa kuwa baadhi ya ardhi ya jela hii ya Kitui imenyakuliwa na mabwenyenye wa kibinafsi, na ukiwa uko ndani ya jela unaona kwamba kuna ghorofa, karibu ghorofa 5 linaangalia ndani ya jela, ambayo hiyo ni kwa usalama wa jela hili na pia kwa usalama wa wale wafungwa. Haipasi kuwa hivyo, kwa sababu ni jengo ambalo linazidi ghorofa 4 na ukuta wa jela labda ni ghorofa 1. Kwa hivyo usalama wa wafungwa, usalama wa wale ambao wako pale ndani, Mheshimiwa Spika, iko katika hatari ya kuwa kudhurika, kwa sababu hatujui nani atakuja kaa katika jumba lile ambapo linaangalia moja kwa moja ndani ya jela. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaomba kamati, tutarudi tena kama kamati ya sheria kuangalia mambo haya kwa undani zaidi, lakini tunaomba kwamba masuala kama haya, hasa mahakama na ofisi ya mkurugenzi mkuu wa mashtaka, ni lazima wawe ile tunaita kwa Kiingereza proactive, ili wahakikishe kwamba haki za wananchi, kwa sababu wao katiba imewalazimisha kulinda haki za wananchi. Kwa hivyo hawatakani mwananchi yoyote adhulumike kwa sababu yuko mahakamani. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Pareno, then Senator Margaret Kamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that I was part of that team that visited the prisons. And Mr. Speaker, we saw very interesting things in that prison. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to applaud the commander of the prison and all those officers serving the people in that prison. Mr. Speaker, we found a very interesting relationship between those officers and those that are remanded. Very good relationship. Actually, we had song and dance. We had one-man guitar. We had entertainment. And you could clearly see that, Mr. Speaker, the relationship between the officers and those that have been remanded there is very good in terms of the correctional services. So it actually reflected an institute that is ready to correct these people and not really to punish them as such. Mr. Speaker, that is one positive side. But Mr. Speaker, we had so much shocking revelations. One of the issues is that out of the over 700 remandees or convicted people in that prison, actually most of them are either rapists or murderer, people who have either been convicted of murder or people who are on trial for murder cases, Mr. Speaker. And this is really alarming, Mr. Speaker, because if you see, if we were told out of those that had been convicted of murder, they were facing murder charges, there were about 174. And about 277 of robbery with violence. Then a majority of the remainder were people facing rape charges. Inclusive, Mr. Speaker.
There's a point of information from you want to be informed by Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
I thought I should inform the Senator and the Senate that part of the strange thing about the people facing murder in Kitui is that in one case we have 6 members of one family who are facing murder of the same person. We have another case of a mother, the daughter, and a 2-year-old child and their father in prison, and many others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was going to say just that. Out of those cases, you have an entire family in, and in that prison, there is a women's side and there is a men's side, and on this side, you have the women of the same family, and on this side, you have the men of the same family. In fact, when we asked them, can you raise your hand so that we see how many of you have your relatives on both sides, over 20 were raising hands, indicating that they had relatives on both sides of the prison, the women's side and the men's side, Mr. Speaker. So something has to be done. And I actually briefed the senator of this county. There is something that needs to be done about either some moral decay or something that is happening that is not right. You cannot have a prison of 700 people, and out of those ones, the majority are either murderers or rapists, or alleged murderers or alleged rapists, so that we don't condemn those ones that could be innocent. So I think there is a very serious intervention that is required, maybe societal interventions, cultural interventions. I know of a lot of interventions, like for the Maasai, the moment you fight, you don't even reach the police station. You're punished there and there. The punishment is given to you. You compensate immediately, and there is reconciliation in the family. There is need for total reconciliation in as far as what we saw in this particular prison, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, then apart from that, there is the issue of congestion. This prison is supposed to hold about 400. Is holding over 700. They are so congested in such a way that it cannot be healthy. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this committee should go ahead and look at why do we have so much harsh sentences from the courts. Too much. We are talking, I think half of us, all of us actually were lawyers as we were standing there. And we found those sentences to be too harsh. And we ended up releasing so many using our own funds to just donate and ensure that those that are in there, and we actually released over 50 as a way to intervene. Some of them very desperate cases that had, like a child, I saw a child of about 6 months, a child of about 1 year with a mother, suffering with a mother because of some of these things. So, Mr. Speaker, this urgently needs a lot of intervention, and definitely we will be able to have made a difference now that we have come to Kitui. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Professor Kamar, then Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance. First, I wanted to join you, Mr. Speaker, in welcoming the students that are in the gallery. I know they're streaming in and out, and we really want to thank them and to encourage them to work hard in their education. Among the students who are here are students from St. Michael's School for the Deaf, a school we visited yesterday as a committee, and I want to wave at them because I don't know what other sign to give, but it is a wonderful school, a school that has really brought together students and changed their lives forever. Mr. Speaker, we also visited Mulango VTC yesterday, and I want to encourage the students who are here that those who do not go for universities or colleges should be encouraged to go for this, because this county happens to have some of the largest village polytechnics that we have in the country. It was very impressive, except for the fact that we must encourage the county government to hire instructors for them. In the school that we went to, we had 5 only hired by the government out of the 16. I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, because these kids, again, have great opportunities. Today, we paid a courtesy call to Seku University, a beautiful university, a university which is built on 10,000 acres. There is no university like that in this country. Magnificent buildings, wonderful professors, and we want to encourage these students that the sky is the limit. Even before they think of going to Nairobi University, there is one around here. So students, work hard. Finally, I want to thank the committee. This joint committee has done us proud. The joint committee, as we shared over lunch and throughout yesterday, because they were affected personally, each one of them, and they have been sharing the impact that they have had, the sharing of the money that they had, the payments that they made to make sure that people were released from these prisons. We want to congratulate this committee because they have really left a mark on our behalf in this Kitui remand. I think the most important thing that they actually did was to pay people out who were stuck because of 2,000 shillings, 5,000 shillings, and that has triggered another 100 being released. Congratulations, committee. You have done us proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy to hear this report from the Committee on Security and Justice. You know, somebody said that you came here to eat mandazis, but if eating mandazis makes sure that you can do so much good to the people of this area, please eat more mandazis. The same person was saying, Mr. Speaker, that you are sitting on a golden chair worth 50 million shillings. And I think the people of Kitui will look at that chair, and I know they will know the value of that chair. You know, we are so modest. We have accepted to come to, not in a new chamber. We are just using the chamber of the county assembly as we found it in order to understand the problem of the county assembly here who are partners in legislation. But Mr. Speaker, this topic that we're talking about is very critical, and probably I'm saying this to that man in the National Assembly. There used to be a minister who was very powerful, Minister for Home Affairs, in charge of prisons. And somebody came with a statement like the statement which has been made by Honorable Senator Mutula Kilonzo, complaining about conditions in prisons. That is when he was Minister for Home Affairs, in charge of prisons. And then he had his problems with the government of President Moi. He was sacked. As soon as he was sacked, he was arrested and charged with paying to pay, I think it was NSSF. And he was given a summary trial. He was not allowed even to have one more day. When he went to court, the magistrate told him, "You've been saying that we're delaying cases, so your case must go on." And obviously, he had no good defense. He was convicted. And he went in prisons. The moment he removed his shoes and clothes, he was told, "Wembe yuko hapa," akanyolewa sayo. Now, when I met Mr. Ole Tip, who was then Minister for Home Affairs, about a week after somebody had been kind enough to pay his fine, he was wearing an amulet. And Mr. Ole Tip told me, "Orengo, Mungu iko," from a very powerful minister. I want to urge the institutions of this country, particularly in the administrative justice, that some of these things that were put in the law, like bail, they serve a purpose. They serve a purpose. Some people think that when people are locked up, you are achieving something. That denying people bail, you're achieving something. I was being told that this group that went to this prison, there was an individual who has been locked up for 3 years because he cannot pay 3,000 shillings. Yes. 3,000 for 3 years. The family cannot raise 3,000 shillings. Yes. That's an indicator of poverty. You know, those who are telling us that Kenya inaendelea, and you have a Kenyan in a prison for 3 years, cannot afford 3,000 shillings. And without this committee going to that prison today, he would have suffered for another 1 year or 2 years or so. Remember Kenneth Matiba, I mean, the most athletic Kenyan who had climbed Mount Kenya, Mount Everest. Just look at what prison did to him. So I plead that we have a positive approach like this committee. Let's have a good prison system that emphasizes reform, so that people who go to prisons, they go through a process of reform, come out as people who are ready to play their part in building the nation, but not make it a place where people go and expire. And me, I've lived in Kamiti, I've lived in Naivasha. I know what prison means, and I don't desire that anybody would ever want to go to prison, particularly if you have not been taken through a proper judicial process. But Mr. Speaker, because I may not have any other time to say anything, you have seen, Mr. Speaker, the proceedings we have had in KITUI have been very, very productive, including going to the prison. Some people went to inspect roads. Some people, schools. Yeah, in fact, I think Senator Musurube has got a statement on this. PAC was here, you know, talking to institutions, although the governors didn't come. And I want to tell governors, you are better being questioned amongst your people, not when you are going to Nairobi. They should, if they are really number one in the country, they're doing well, then they should be able to defend themselves where their people are. Yeah, not in Nairobi. Yeah, and we have brought services to them. But, Mr. Speaker, I want, as I finish, Senator Fatuma Dulo, who is the deputy leader of majority, I hope that you left Nairobi and came to us here, even more fortified to defend this house, because we heard what you did yesterday. We are very happy with you. And there is somebody in the National Assembly, if he's allowed to lead that National Assembly for another 2-3 years, Parliament will die. Because he just become, what do you call that little? Charlatan. Charlatan, that's all. And they were accusing Senate that we are saying they are appendage of the executive. I thought that we have never said that. It looks like they know. I've never heard somebody say that they are appendage. So, Mr. Speaker, we are stronger, and we'll leave Kitui tomorrow or Saturday having done good work. And Jesus Christ said, you know, when I was in prison, you came to see me. The senators went to see people in prison. Some people went to church. Some people went to Harambes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and I wish to thank Senator Mutula Kilonzo. Mr. Speaker, just to answer Minority Leader, we've been given this position to defend the Senate, and we'll make sure that we have done that given the opportunity. And let me urge this House that we have so many enemies out there. We have to stand together and defend this House in whatever we are required to do. Now, responding to the statement or intervention that I wanted to give, Mr. Speaker, I led a committee that was an ad hoc committee to look into prisons in the last Senate. And we spent a lot of taxpayers' money to travel even out of the country, a country called Sweden, where we looked at the prison in those European countries, and we carried a lot of knowledge that we really want to make sure that we have implemented here back at home. But unfortunately, before we tabled that report in the House, we went into election. And I know the time of the committee has lapsed since then. Mr. Speaker, if we are given an opportunity, we have a very good report that really can help this country in terms of reform of prisons. We can be able to do something that we can really be proud of as a Senate. Mr. Speaker, I know I didn't join the committee that went to prison yesterday because of the other engagement, but having worked in prisons as a convener of prisons department when I was a commissioner with KNCHR, prisons reform is my pet subject, if I may say that. Because I have actually traversed this country, visited so many prisons in the country. They are really living in a pathetic situation. Mr. Speaker, one time I went to Ghana and I attended a conference where the ministers and the leaders of various countries attended that forum. And one minister who retired was giving a confession where he said, when I was the minister in charge of home affairs, I never wanted a reform. But immediately I left government, I was arrested and I was taken to prison. And I asked myself, I wish I knew I could be taken back to that position. Prison is where I can be able to reform and make it a better place. So that clearly means, even for us who are here, tomorrow you will be in the same prison, and we need really to take care of prisons in our country. Mr. Speaker, the Act itself, it has not been reviewed over the years. Even with the coming in of the new constitution, things are still the way they are. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of facilities in prisons that are not even utilized. The farms that are many, many hectares in this country, people are just grabbing. And if we utilize properly those farms, Mr. Speaker, we can be able to feed this country without even looking for relief or anything else, or maybe exporting maize from other countries. Mr. Speaker, I believe prison is where that the poor are the ones who serve the sentences. By the rich, they normally pay even behind the door and get away with their crimes they have committed. Mr. Speaker, you will see even children who are below 18 years or 17 years put together with hardcore criminals in the same cell. By the time they come back or they come out, they also be the same criminals. And the law does not even allow them to be mixed with those hardcore criminals. Mr. Speaker, it's a really big problem that this country needs to deal with. I know if we bring up that problem, that report, National Assembly will say this is our mandate. And I hope that will not stop us to really dust that particular report and make it useful to this country. And I hope we will be able to be given that opportunity to make a reform in our country if we are really serious in ensuring that we have upheld the right of our people in this country. I thank you.
Honorable Senators, let me also join you in congratulating that committee for an excellent job. And if anybody doubts what we are doing in KITUI, I think they need to re-examine themselves. But you sacrificed, you've been told people have been released, and I really want to thank you. As we go to the next statement, I also want to use this opportunity to thank on your behalf the people of KITUI for the warm reception they have accorded us, because once I leave, I don't think I'll be back here, and maybe until after 46 years, if I will be alive. So I really want to thank you that this has been a success, and we continue doing a good job. On behalf of the Senate, Senator Wambua, tell the people of KITUI that we are very grateful, and all the leadership. I can see most members of the County Assembly are still here, and visiting schools, and all who have come to listen to this upper house. Next statement by Senator Mohamud.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51(1)(a) to make a statement regarding the budget process at the county level of government. Mr. Speaker, sir, as this House is aware, the Division of Revenue Act 2019 and the County Allocation Revenue Act 2019 were assented to by the President on 17 September 2019 and 18 September 2019, respectively. In previous financial years, the Division of Revenue Act and County Allocation Revenue Act are enacted before the beginning of financial year in which they apply. This year, however, these two pieces of legislation have now come into effect at the end of the first quarter of the financial year in which they are to apply. This has had adverse effects on the budget-making process at the county level of government, and in particular, the ability of counties to prepare their annual budgets and appropriation bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 218(1)(a) of the Constitution provides that the Division of Revenue Bill shall divide revenue raised by the national government among the national and county levels of government in accordance with the Constitution. Further, Article 218(1)(b) provides that the County Allocation Revenue Bill divides among counties the revenue allocated to county governments. The enactment of these two pieces of legislation therefore forms the basis upon which the two levels of government, both the national and county government, prepare the relevant instruments of expenditure of public funds. In the case of the county governments, Article 224 of the Constitution provides that on the basis of the Division of Revenue Bill approved by Parliament, under Article 218, each county government shall prepare and adopt its own annual budget and appropriation bills in the form and according to the procedure prescribed in an Act of Parliament. Therefore, the consequence of the delayed passage of the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Allocation Revenue Bill is that the county governments were, by law, precluded from preparing their own annual budgets and appropriation bills. The Speaker said the only remedy that was available to county governments was as contemplated under Section 134(1) and 2 of the Public Finance Management Act. Mr. Speaker, sir, however, the provision of the Section 134 of the Public Finance Management Act contemplates that the option of votes on account will arise when the Division of Revenue Bill and County Allocation Revenue Bill have been passed. For whatever reason, a county assembly has not passed the appropriation bill. The section does not contemplate this situation where we have found ourselves in,
where the Division of Revenue Bill had not been passed and the national revenue had not been divided between the two levels of government. Mr. Speaker, sir, it has, however, come to our attention that during the long-drawn process of the passage of the Division of Revenue Act and the County Allocation of Revenue Act, some counties purported to pass their annual budgets and appropriation bills in the absence of these two vital acts. This was an unlawful act on the part of any county assembly and an egregious disregard of the budget process as contemplated under the law. It must be remembered that Article 10 of the Constitution provides for the national values and principles of governance that bind all state organs, state officers, public officers, and all persons whenever any of them applies or interprets the Constitution, enacts, applies or interprets any law, or makes or implements public policy decisions. One of these binding principles is that the rule of law, which is underpinned by the duty to uphold and respect the provision of the Constitution. Any county government that purported to pass their annual budget and appropriation bill in the absence of the Division of Revenue Act 2019 and County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2019 did not only flout the provision of Article 224 of the Constitution, but also undermine the rule of law and failed to adhere to the national values and principles of governance as set out in the Constitution. It has also come to our attention, Mr. Speaker, that the Controller of Budget may have authorized the release of funds based on these unlawfully enacted appropriation laws by county governments. If this is the case, it behoves me to remind the Controller of Budget that all actions taken by state and public officers must be informed by the provisions of the Constitution and any relevant applicable law. In the absence of this instance, the Constitution unequivocally requires any county government to await the passage of the Division of Revenue Bill by Parliament before preparing the annual budgets and appropriation bills. It is therefore a moot point that any budget prepared by any county government before the passage of the Division of Revenue Bill is null and void and should not have formed the basis of any authorization of release of funds by the Controller of Budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, to my great consternation and to all our surprise, it has been reported in the dailies of the national circulation that the National Treasury released Kenya shillings 50 billion to counties after the assent the Division of Revenue Bill 2019, but before the enactment of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill. While the veracity of these reports are yet to be ascertained, I would like to reiterate that the budget-making process in the devolved system of government is a two-step process. The vertical allocation of national revenue between the national government and the county level of government, and the horizontal allocation of the county's share of revenue between the 47 counties, with an attendant approval of a cash disbursement schedule under Section 17(7) of the Public Finance Management Act. The enactment of the Division of Revenue Bill is therefore not the final step in this process as it pertains to the county governments. The enactment of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill and approval of the cash disbursement schedule are indispensable steps in this process. A purported transfer of funds by the National Treasury in the absence of the County Allocation of Revenue Act and an approved cash disbursement schedule will therefore not only be irregular, but also a disregard of the role of the legislature in determining the allocation of revenue, and in particular, the role of the Senate in protecting the interests of the counties and their governments. This is a trend that was witnessed during the protracted process of the passage of the Division of Revenue Bill 2019, and its effect on the objects and purposes of devolution should be of great concern, not only to this House, but to the entire nation. In the light of the above, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to A, urge the Controller of Budget to issue a circular to all county governments to prepare their annual budgets and appropriation bills. B, urge counties, as a matter of urgency, prepare their annual budgets and appropriation bills as contemplated under Article 224 of the Constitution. And C, direct the National Treasury to prepare and submit the cash disbursement schedule in the shortest time possible, and as contemplated under Article 7, under Section 17(7) of the Public Finance Management Act, and urge this House to expedite the consideration and approval of the cash disbursement schedule when submitted to us as contemplated under Section 17(7) of the Public Finance Management Act. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't know there was a change of guard.
Since it's going to be transmitted to the Assembly, Senator, then we don't have to worry about contributing at this stage on that one. So we'll go to the next statement. The next statement is by the Senator of Kitui. Enoch Wambua. Again, I will limit discussions on that one so that we can finish our statements.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, because I will not be rising again, I seek your indulgence to say a thing or two about this visit. If you allow me, then I make my statement.
Sorry?
I seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, to make a statement, a different statement, in a minute or two, then I read my statement.
A different statement that has not been approved? You have two statements, are you saying? Yeah. Can you read this one and then we will consult on that one when you finish? Because
Okay.
we still have two statements after yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the terrorist attack at the African Inland Church in Garissa on 1st July 2012, where 13 persons died and over 60 persons were injured, most of whom were from KITUI County. In the statement, the committee should, one, provide details of the victims of the attack, indicating those who lost their lives, as well as those who suffered injuries. Two, explain what measures have been put in place in an attempt to apprehend the perpetrators of the act, as well as to ensure that a repeat of the same does not happen. Three, outline what measures have been put in place to ensure the survivors of the attack are offered support in terms of counseling and rehabilitation in view of the trauma they suffered following the incident. And four, explain the steps taken by the government to ensure families of the deceased and those injured in the attacks are compensated. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. As I said, I was going to limit, if only I had one contributor, I would allow only one. Thank you very much. So with that, I will allow Senator Musuruve to read and not make a comment in 2 minutes, because the Committee of Education is going to give us a full report in Nairobi. So please, 1 minute. 2 minutes, sorry. But while at that, I would like to make a communication that on the students, dear senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from Central Primary School, KITUI County, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament. I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. Senator Musuruve, just read in 2 minutes.
I need help. Is it? Am I on?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise a statement on deaf education. Mr. Speaker, I raise person to Article 47, to make a statement of general concern on special needs education. Mr. Speaker, I would like to state that, Madam Speaker, I would like to state that issues of special needs education are issues of great concern nationally and internationally. And I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that education is supposed to be an equalizer, and though education is an equalizer, it is seemingly difficult for children with disabilities, and this is because the playing field is not level. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that deaf children, specifically, begin their journey to school without the dominant language of instruction, that is English and Kiswahili, and this has a great impact on their performance in subjects taught and examined in English. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that the sector need policy that was launched by the President, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, reveals clearly that there are gap areas in deaf education, and it shows explicitly that there are no instructional materials for teachers and learners. And Madam Speaker, I would like to commend the Standing Committee of Education for filling this gap on Tuesday at KITUI School for the Deaf by distributing materials and oversighting on the infrastructure of the school. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that the Education Committee was able to distribute about 480 books to about 15 institutions that were there. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Education Committee further for launching these books in the first Senate Mashinani at Uasin Gishu County. And I would like to say, Madam Speaker, to thank Madam Speaker, my fellow senators who also donated a number of books while we were at Senate Mashinani in Uasin Gishu. Madam Speaker, I would like to bring to the attention of my fellow senators that there are still many more copies of these instructional materials that I endeavor to continue donating through the Senate Education Committee in all our Mashinani activities in this 12th Parliament. Madam Speaker, I would like also to bring to the attention of this House that I have authored Lugha Ishara ya Rahisishwa, both teachers and learners copies, which are with the KICD. And Madam Speaker, I hope that KICD will move with speed to evaluate these books so that they're launched by the Senate for the purpose of distributing to learners. Madam Speaker, I would also like to...
30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I would like to let this Senate know that we were able to get information about the problems that special needs children face, and some of these problems, Madam Speaker, address the issue of infrastructure, address the issue of lack of resources, address the issue of inappropriate teachers, address the issues of lack of capitation and delayed capitation, Madam Speaker. And I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that I thank the Standing Education Committee of Education for also giving me a platform to actually come up with a bill on sign language, which Professor Kamar and myself have come up with, and it has gone through the first reading and is waiting for public participation. Madam Speaker, I'm calling upon the entire nation, stakeholders, KICD, Ministry of Education, and all stakeholders and researchers to come in and enrich this bill, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Please, we have very little time in our hands. I know, Senator, we are going to have a full report from the Committee of Education. Have a minute for...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wish Senator Mosuruve had more time, because yesterday we went and visited these deaf children and the deaf and blind. And these issues are really serious issues. And when they come to you and you see them face to face, you really begin to see where the delinking might be. One of the areas of delinking could be the responsibilities that have been given at TVET level and at the School of Deaf, and what we were informed is that for certain responsibilities, there is no allocation of whether this is a national function, it's to be handled at the national level or at the county level. So when they have a problem, they take it to the ministry, they're told take it to the county. So this pushing to and fro, and this issue not being handled, has really caused a lot of problem, even in terms of funding. And these are already children who are disadvantaged in one way or another. It was really sad to realize that the little financial assistance and money that is meant to go to them sometimes does not even go to them. And then also the other the other problem was the sector policy paper that was launched, and this doesn't seem to be implicated. And thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we are going to tackle this at the Education Committee, but I think it's important to just pinpoint these two issues so that we bring them out as a key deliverable that we need to think about for the KITUI case that we saw yesterday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. We are aware that the Committee of Education is going to look at their whole report globally. And when they do that, then they will present everything about the trip that they have made. So please allow me to call on the next statement from Senator Kajwang.
Madam Speaker, I intend to make a very brief statement regarding the activities of the Public Accounts Committee here in KITUI. We had scheduled to interrogate the books of accounts of 3 counties while here in KITUI. Madam Speaker, on 16th of September, that is Tuesday, we had scheduled to interrogate KITUI County Government. With the wisdom of the leadership of the House, the appointment with KITUI was deferred, and in the place of KITUI, the Senate invited the Governor for Nyeri. Madam Speaker, the committee considered that situation and found it to be inappropriate for us to come to KITUI without discussing issues to do with KITUI. We therefore requested the Governor for Nyeri to go back to Nyeri so that we can give him another date. We took the opportunity to meet with the Public Accounts Committee of KITUI. Madam Speaker, it needs to be on record that the Governor of KITUI did not appear, and that is because we did not issue proper invitations to her. On 17th, which was Wednesday, we were scheduled to meet Machakos County Governor. The Governor sent a letter to the committee where he indicated that he suspected that the Senator for Machakos had mobilized goons to heckle him and to humiliate him when he appeared before the Public Accounts Committee. Madam Speaker, we considered the letter and found it quite disrespectful to the institution of the Senate and to the Senator for Machakos. The committee therefore resolved to issue summons to the Governor for Machakos to appear before it on 30th of September, and the venue shall be the Machakos County Assembly. Today, on the 18th of September, we were scheduled to meet Makueni County Government. Madam Speaker, Makueni is one of those counties that received an unqualified opinion. And in the work of oversight, it should not just be about doom and gloom. Sometimes you're looking for success stories so that others can learn from them. Unfortunately, the Governor, Makueni, did not appear, despite sending his written submissions. And Madam Speaker, those in the know tell me that the Governor might have been around this town. The Governor had written a letter to the committee excusing himself from appearance, saying that he had to travel to the United States for an appointment, despite the fact that the invitation by the Senate committee went out in the month of June. Madam Speaker, the question that runs in our minds, is this a conspiracy or is it a coincidence that the governors for the 3 counties in Ukambani region have chosen not to appear for a variety of reasons? Number 2, governors must also know that appearing before the Senate is not a favor to the Senate. It is a duty. It is part of their job description. And thirdly, Madam Speaker, we have had engagements with the Public Accounts Committees of the County Assembly of KITUI, Makueni, and to an extent, Machakos. We must encourage the county assemblies to exercise their function of primary oversight because they have all the time in the world to look at these books. But the situation seems to be quite different, particularly in KITUI. They are not up to date in their consideration, and we believe that they will learn quite a bit from the experience we have had with them, even though that experience has not been very colorful because the governors chose not to appear. Finally, Madam Speaker, the committee would wish to move the House to agree with it that the next time we are having Senate machinani anywhere else, the governor for that county should not be excused. The governor for KITUI indicated that she was busy hosting the Senate. Since I came to Kitui, I've only seen the governor at the Speaker's Gallery. I have not seen her here. I have not seen her in meetings. I didn't see her at dinner at the senator's home. And so I'm wondering at what point she's hosting senators for her to be so busy that she cannot appear before the Senate to account. And it would set a very dangerous precedent if, when we are organizing these events, and Madam Speaker, when we were with you in Uasin Gishu, we had a wonderful engagement with the governor for Uasin Gishu, and the governors from West Pokot and the governors for Baringo. Let us not send a message that governors can choose when they want to appear and when not to appear. Indeed, one of the governors wrote to us suggesting a suitable date and place for our meeting. It is not for the governors to choose. They have 365 days to spend the 316 billion that we approved on Tuesday. We are just asking for 1 day out of the 300 days that they have for them to come and account. And so, Madam Speaker, let us not exclude host governors from appearing. Finally, I wish to appreciate the members of the county assemblies that we have met with, and we hope that they will have some learnings. I also wish to appreciate other institutions that have been with us. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has been with us. The Office of the Auditor General has been with us. And there are certain reports, certain public petitions that we have handed over to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Madam Speaker, because of pressures of time, the committee shall make a much more detailed report, but it was important that we bring this update to the House while you're in Kitui. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Omanga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'll say it's so unfortunate that governors from this region of Ukambani have mastered the art of PR. Because, Madam Speaker, it was the only opportunity for the governor of Makueni to come and use the platform today with the park committee to actually show us what other counties have been going to Makueni to benchmark about, because he had unqualified accounts. So, Madam Speaker, we actually now questioning the audit report. We actually were even advising whether we can have a special audit for Makueni County, because I don't see why the governor with an qualified account with an A, if he was a student doing exams, would come and start hiding and not come to discuss his accounts. Madam Speaker, you remember when we went to Uasin Gishu County when we had Senate Mashinani, the governor for Uasin Gishu actually pleaded so that he can appear. And also governors from all that region appeared in park committee, and we discussed their accounts, and actually they were so grateful that they had a lot to learn. It's unfortunate that this region of Ukambani is one of those marginalized areas we have in this country. It is areas where they are still talking about molio. It's molio, which is a food, some whatever, yellow maize. It is a region where they're talking problems about water. And actually their governors, the people who are put into office, they are given public money, are not able to come and account for the public money they are given. We give them money publicly here the other day, but now they cannot come in public to account for the money we've given them. Madam Speaker, I think as this House and the committee, we need to take stiff measures to all other governors who don't want to account for public money. They're behaving as if the money is their pocket money, and yet it is public money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. 1 minute to Senator Mutula. Oh, sorry, Senator Lakina.
Madam Speaker.
Please take 1 minute each. If you give me 1 minute, in 5 minutes, I will have covered everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, thank you. The issue of accountability is something very, very important, and we must demand for it. There's no reason as to why we should sit here until 9, 10 p.m. fighting for money to go to county governments, yet governors are not willing to account for it. Shame on them. Madam Speaker, we want to encourage the citizens of this country, of each and every county, to be able to come to our committee at PAC and submit petitions. It was embarrassing that the auditors would issue an unqualified audit opinion, yet the devil is in the details. When you look at it, Madam Speaker, it is a shame. And when I received this dossier, I made it purposely my mission to be able to visit that county. And to my surprise, whatever was written in that dossier was actually there vivid, where you'll see polls and polls, yet millions and millions of shillings have been used to argue that certain projects have been built. It is embarrassing. It makes me feel very sad, Madam Speaker. Please allow me 30 seconds. It makes me feel very sad that I sat in the mediation committee. I argued as the reason as to why we should send more money to counties, because we cared about the people, but those people who are tasked with the fiduciary responsibility think that it is their time to line their pockets. How else are we ever going to progress in this nation? Yet, those people who are tasked with the most basic thing of ensuring that the poor people get water, cannot even account for a penny. And when they are called, they run away. Madam Speaker, this statement I fully support, and this House, I want to tell those governors out there that will take you to task. I thank you.
Thank you. Senator Langat, 1.5 minutes. Let's be brief because the chair
thank you.
Is going to give us a more elaborate
I'll actually be very brief, Madam Speaker, because I want to say that this is very ridiculous, and it's very sad, Madam Speaker. When we are all over this particular county, and when you get to the hospitals, there are no medicine. We were in another polytechnic, Madam Speaker, with you, and we realized that 3 students were sleeping in one bed. It is so congested. In fact, I think that prison is better. And they have never received anything from the county government, yet we have been giving out money from the Senate to support ECD and these particular vocational training centers. And when we hear that the governors are dilly-dallying, failing to come and account for the money we've given them, yet their counties are suffering, the hospitals are being closed in this county and other places, we want to announce to the citizens and the members of this county, Machakos County and Makueni County, that their governors have failed to come and account for how they have been spending this money. And therefore, the guilty ones are always afraid. They have run away from the truth, but we shall follow them and we shall even bring them to Nairobi. Why should they fear goons? Goons have been here all over. Yet even themselves are the ones who have been paying goons and organizing. So that is a shame, and we want to announce to the citizens that we shall follow them on your behalf until they account to the letter of the money we've been giving them.
Thank you, Senator Bishiro. 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just need 1 minute. Madam Speaker, this week we've been talking about devolution being under attack. A story is told of an army that was continuously losing the battle, and when they looked, they told themselves, we are the problem. In this case, the people that are supposed to be championing devolution are the problem. If devolution dies today, it's because our governors have killed it. In fact, let's forget about apportioning blame somewhere else. The people, both in terms of suboptimal use of our resources, but also by just avoiding accountability. Therefore, Madam Speaker, one of the things I would like to say to the people of Ukambani, your governors did not snub the Senate, they snubbed you. Because we were not doing this for ourselves. We're doing this for the people of Ukambani and for the people of this country. By snubbing the Senate, what they did in essence is snub their own people, and therefore they should take note that they were snubbed by avoiding accountability. Madam Speaker, I rest my case, but it's very disappointing to think that if devolution dies, it's because the people that are supposed to defend it have chosen to kill it. I rest my case, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Senator, Mary Senator, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to add my voice on this by saying that we have really struggled to add monies going to counties. And it is very sad
for the people we are giving the money not to be able to tell the citizens of their counties how much are they using, what projects are they going to put the monies in. I want to encourage the county assemblies of the 3 Ukambani counties, Makueni, Machakos, and Kitui. I want to encourage the county assemblies to do their oversight role very seriously. When we visited Mulango Vocational Training Institute, we realized that the classes are not even friendly, the college is not attractive, they have never received any funding from the county government. Likewise, the good primary school, St. Michael, which we visited, they've never been funded by the county government. And these monies are intended to go to those institutions, and these monies are supposed to be distributed by the same CEOs who do not want to appear before Senate to say what projects they are doing with that money.
Okay, so as I finish with the senators from Makueni and Kitui, I would like to pass another message, honorable senators, that I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting students and teachers from Kiondoni Mixed School, Kitui County. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you, senators. Senator, host the senator.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to gun for 2 minutes because I want to begin by welcoming those students from Chandone Mixed. That is my village school. Madam Speaker, I want to urge them to follow the proceedings and purpose to work hard in school. Madam Speaker, on the matter of the report by Senator Kajwang, I will shoot straight. I will say, Madam Speaker, that the genesis of the problem was a decision to exclude the KITUI from the program. And arising from that problem, the 2 other governors have taken a cue. They have decided that they will not appear before CPIC. Madam Speaker, I want to say this. This forms an axis of impunity in this region. And the decision by the governors not to appear before the Senate is not a decision of the great people of the Lower Eastern region. It is a decision of 3 people who think that they can run and hide from accountability. I want to say, Madam Speaker, I've spoken to the chair of CPIC, and I've gotten the assurance that CPIC will go back to Makueni, they will go to Machakos, they will come back to Kitui, and they will hold the governors to account in the assemblies of those counties, in the presence of the public, and in the presence of the county assembly members. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we are talking about money going to technical training institutes and ECDs. In this county, Madam Speaker, the budget that the executive proposed to be using, they have allocated 380 million Kenya shillings to the Department of Education for salaries, and only 10 million shillings.
I'll give 1 more minute because you are the host.
And only 10 million shillings for development. How do you do development with 10 million shillings in an entire county for education and for ICT? It's a shame, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it must be said as it is, that the money that we allocate to counties, that money does not belong to governors. That money belongs to the people in those counties. And this idea, this misconception, that somebody can just do as they please with public money, Madam Speaker, as a Senate of the Republic of Kenya, we must bring this attitude to an end. And the best way of doing it is to hold these governors to account. I have asked the CPIC to make sure that the law and the Constitution is followed to the letter, including imposing fines and even jail sentences to these governors. We are not here to joke and play around with governors. We are here to serve the people of this region and the people of this republic. Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much. Before I ask Senator Mutula to conclude, now that his governor did not appear, I have been accused that I left one corner.
Yes.
Senator Locorio.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, having listened to Senator Kajwang, the chair of CPIC, I now understand why Malala was addressing his governor of Paranya directly. We need to hold these governors responsible for these funds, and they know that, so that they know that these funds, when we sit here until midnight trying to allocate to them, it is not for nothing. We are putting our hearts into it, and we are going to continue holding them accountable. I want to thank the CPA, the PAC committee, CPIC, for standing firm. And when they go to them in the county assemblies, keep the heat up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Zani.
In less than a minute, Madam Senator, I just want to emphasize the provisions of Article... Madam Speaker, what did I say? I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I just want to emphasize the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution on public participation, and to ensure that we need to just emphasize on this over and over again. This audit process in the morning is part of public participation, where you can actually just openly say what you got the money, how much you got, and what you spent it for, clearly for everybody to see. Because looking through the reports, there were stalled projects without somebody able to come and explain to us what is happening. Also, across Schedule 4, the realization is governors are not going by the provisions of how they should use the money within the counties. The provisions for how to use that money are clearly indicated in the schedules. You find that they're going out of their way to do something else, and then ECD, for example, is suffering as a result. So the keyword is public participation. Let's hold them accountable. Let's do it in public. Let's emphasize to the citizens of these counties that they are in charge and they should participate, and that the governors should be able to account to them how they've spent the money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Senator Watangula, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to Senator Kajwang giving us the hopeless story of how the committee has been treated. Mr. Speaker, the message must go out loud and clear that accountability for the use of public funds is not an option to anybody. And anybody who doesn't want to be accountable has no business going to public office. It's as simple as that. And Madam Speaker, you have seen when it was Senate pushing for more allocation of resources to the counties, the governors pretended to be with us. When it appeared that the extra money was not forthcoming, they ran back to the executive and said it wasn't us. It is the senators. We will take whatever you give us. In fact, they're the ones who are making the president start thinking that he has money to give to counties, because they go and prostrate before the executive and cut very awkward figures of themselves, pretending that the devolution is about benevolence from the national government to the county government. It isn't. And Madam Speaker, I want to urge Senator Kajwang and his committee that you have teeth in the Constitution. Article 125 is very clear. Give them summons like the High Court does, with severe penal consequences where there is failure, so that they can be able to know that this country means business. Lastly, Madam Speaker, it reminds me of what a friend told me the other day, that at every election time, we elect 47 governors, poor people, with no homes, with no cars, with nothing. After 5 years, the number of billionaires in the country increases by 47.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Orengo.
Madam Speaker, just 1 minute. I heard in this tale, being told by the chairman of the CPAC, that in fact there's a governor who wrote a dossier and said that after submitting that dossier, he has nothing more to add. Now, that is a governor who is completely misled. The powers that are cited by Senator Wetangula, that is Article 125, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution, talks about Parliament or any of its committees having the power to summon any person, you know, refers even to the president. If you didn't think that it refers to the president, from this day know that you can actually summon the president. Yeah, and if you look at the definition of who a person is from all the statute books, that person is a biological person. And it need not even be a citizen of Kenya. You can call any person to appear for purpose of giving evidence and providing information. It's not the information that they choose to give. It's the information that Parliament or the committee wants from that particular governor or person. So use some teeth and bite hard, and very soon.
Thank you, Senators. Finally, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Senator Makueni.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, for a long time, I didn't suffer from many illusions about the conduct of governors because I was wondering when this honeymoon between Senate and governors was going to end. And I know when that honeymoon ended, the minute the money hit their account, they've started misbehaving. So no more holding hand, senators, about their court case and other funny things that they want us to do with them. It is extremely disappointing that we all sat here, slept early to hear the Makueni County government with its good report, and for some very strange reason, I've said, and I can say this in Kitui, that documents concerning Makueni found themselves into the Senate. But as to how those documents found themselves in this table, I do not understand. I hear about witchcraft, but this witchcraft is strange. The person who delivered those documents here did not show up. But those documents appeared here in the name of Makueni County. I don't know whether this is contempt. I don't know whether this is impunity. But something is wrong about the conduct of the governors of this region. I have no doubt in my mind that this was a conspiracy agreed upon by the three of them, that they snubbed the Senate for purposes of ensuring that we go away. Can Senator Kajwang and committee tell the governors of this region, we are going nowhere? We will deal with you, whether it's under the sea, under the ground, with whatever you do, bring ghosts to the Senate and drop documents at night, we will deal with you. The Speaker said something yesterday, and I want to repeat. It's either we hang together or we are hung separately. By the time I'm hung about Makueni, I'm going to make sure that Kajwang is on the right side, Olekina is on the left-hand side, Senator Millicent Omanga is at the front or at the back, because
Order, members, order.
Because we, the senators who don't sit in County Public Accounts Committee, have delegated that responsibility to you to question our governors without fear, without favor, without collecting money from them or seeking favors from them. I am not embarrassed to say that I persuaded all of you, and some of you wanted to reject Kara for all these reasons. If I was doing this for Governor Kibwana, I would not do it. If I was doing this for Charity, I would not do it. If I was doing this for Mutua, even worse, I would not do it. But since we know the people of Kitui will receive services, the people of Makueni will receive services, let's not lose hope. If we have to suspend all our business, because our legislative work has been interfered by somebody called Duale, could we please not mention Duale anymore in the Senate? Because I don't think it deserves the attention of the intellect of the Senate. Let's ignore him.
Say that again.
He does not deserve the attention of senators. That gentleman. Can we suspend our business and deal with audit? No, it's not. Let's deal with audit, but it's disappointing. But I'm happy that Senator Kajwang and team made a commitment that we'll go and deal with Charity Ngilu in Kitui, Governor Mutua and the theatrics in Machakos, and last but not least, Governor Kibwana in Wote. This morning, and the trust that Kenyans have reposed on senators has led a person to deliver a dossier of corruption in Makueni to Senator Olekina, and not even me, as a member of CPIC. When I say trust reposed on senators, we want the people of this republic to trust senators to be able to deliver a dossier like the one I've seen today, delivered to Senator Olekina, which we have given to EACC and we have given to Auditor General. But that's not enough. Can we find a way of visiting these ghost projects?
Yes.
Because I am telling you, and members of the County Assembly who are listening, please listen carefully. You are in bed with governors. Yes. But you are not going to be in bed with governors for long. Count your time. Because the axe that is going to fall on these governors will fall on you. And that is a promise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Senators, we now go to statement under 52-1 from the Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to read a statement of the Majority Leader. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 52-1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the House for the week commencing Tuesday, 24th September 2019. On Tuesday, 24th September 2019, the Senate Business Committee will meet to schedule the business of the Senate for the week. On that day, and subject to further direction by the House Business Committee, the Senate will consider bills due for second reading and committee of the whole. The Senate will also continue with the consideration of business that will not be concluded in today's order paper. On Wednesday, 25th September and Thursday, 26th September 2019, the Senate will consider business that will not be concluded on Tuesday and any other business scheduled by the House Business Committee. Honorable Senators, with respect to status of the bills, the Senate has so far concluded debate and passed 41 bills. Of the 41 bills, 8 have been assented to and are now part of the laws of Kenya. The most recent being the County Allocation of Revenue Act 2019. 31 of the bills are pending consideration in the National Assembly. I would like to commend the Senate for showing dedication and hard work in processing the said bills and urge you to continue with this spirit as we come to the last few months of this session. On the other hand, Honorable Senators, the House has a total of 24 bills pending conclusion in the Senate with 13 at the second reading and 9 at the committee of the whole stage and 2 scheduled to be read a first time as indicated in today's order paper. I urge respective standing committees to conclude consideration of the bills and table reports pursuant to standing orders. In the same breath, I urge respective movers of the bills to avail themselves whenever they are scheduled by the House Business Committee. Honorable Senators, over the last few days, the Senate has had opportunity to engage with the people of Kitui County with a view to listen to their concerns and find workable solution to their issues. To mention a few, I wish to acknowledge the Standing Committee on Agriculture who undertook a public and stakeholder engagement on a legislative proposal on the mung beans and undertook a visit to the Kitui Ginnery to familiarize itself with the challenges facing the cotton industry, and seek for legislative intervention to address them. I also acknowledge the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation and the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources that visited Ikanga Market along the Kibwezi-Athi Mutomo Road with a view to address issues affecting local residents with respect to compensation in upgrading the road, which upon completion will be a killing to the coastal region of Kenya. Additionally, I acknowledge the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights and the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations who undertook a visit to KITUI prisons to assess the state of prisons services in KITUI County. The Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments also engaged with the Kitui County Assembly Public Accounts Committee and rather inconclusive session on audit reports relating to Machakos, Makueni counties. I hope that the recommendations that will be made arising from these meetings and the other engagement by the other standing committees who held sessions in Kitui will go a long way to not only benefit the people of Kitui County, but the people of Kenya as a whole. Madam Speaker, before I conclude the statement, allow me sincerely thank all honorable senators for your active participation of the Senate sitting in Kitui. I also take this opportunity to thank the leadership of Kitui County Assembly led by the Honorable Speaker and the County Executive led by Honorable Governor for welcoming the Senate to Kitui County. It is my hope that through our engagement in the past few days, we are in a position to forge a stronger working relationship based on mutual understanding and collaboration to protect devolution. Madam Speaker, I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate. I thank you.
Thank you. I was wondering why a point of order was coming on this statement, because this is, yes, yes.
Madam Speaker, is my senator and my majority leader in order to not have included the work of the ICT committee, which had 2 sittings, one including to check the level of connectivity around Kitui and other meetings, and to just highlight a few other committees. So I would like to, for the record, that ICT committee did do a lot of work while here.
Yes, Senator.
I have not also heard the work the Education Committee have done since we came to Kitui. So I was wondering whether this, what is being reported is for a few selected committees.
Leader of Majority.
Madam Speaker, so that she clarifies everything. The visit to Ikanga, Madam Speaker, was not exclusively a visit by the Lands Committee. It was a joint committee of Lands and Roads Committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority.
Thank you, senators who have raised point of order. I believe they are valid points, but because of the interest of time, we were unable to mention all the committees. But as far as the report of the sitting of Kitui, we'll be able to mention all the committees in our report. I thank you.
Okay. So she has undertaken to go and do that correction, which is good. Now,
Madam Speaker, I don't know why, I think it's good to mention the work of the committees, what they've done. And indeed, Senator Musurube was actually in the process of giving a report about the work done by the Education Committee. But it was going to be a very long story, and we got only an hour. But Standing Order 52.1 is futuristic. It doesn't give an account of what you have done. Yeah, it deals with what is coming next week. That's the intention of Standing Order number 51.2.1. Otherwise, if it was 52.2, under which I can also give a statement, then one can give a report of what has happened now and in the past. But I've looked at the Standing Order. This report, this statement that is being made is under Standing Order number 552.1. I think it's specific. So that next time, because there will be expectation next time that you should give full account of what every committee does. And being on my feet, Madam Speaker, it is actually required of every committee to be giving reports of what they do. And this is one of the things that we think the committees should take opportunity to report almost every week about the work they are doing. Otherwise, we may end up having committees who cannot show us the work they are doing. So, Madam Speaker, the point I was really raising was about 52-1.
Yeah, I thank you, Senator. I think you have made that correction. It's 52-1. I think the leader of majority was trying to be generous to slide in her point of appreciation, and then she didn't summarize everything. So she only created trouble for herself by not appreciating everybody. But actually, 52-1 has nothing to do with appreciation. May I now take the last 2 minutes?
Madam Speaker, kindly, Madam Speaker.
I think we have actually closed that one because it is 52-1. 52-1 is our program, and that is what the leader of majority was conveying. Please, switch it on. Yeah.
This is a house of records. Is it then in order for you to direct that that report then be withdrawn, include every other committee next week and report it?
Honorable Senators, already the leader of majority has said the comprehensive report is coming. So it is coming. So I think that one we should rest it there. It is coming. 52-1 is about the program for the next week. It has nothing to do with appreciation. That's why I was saying, in appreciating, she didn't become exhaustive, and she will do it when we are getting the reports. But I also urge the committee chairs to give us reports when we go, when we are in Nairobi on this trip in particular. With those remarks, I hope you are not going back to that. I have ruled on that one. I have ruled on that one, Senator Musuruve. Let's not go back to that one. Is it a different point of order?
Madam Speaker, I think it is just in order for me to also be heard. Because when we are talking of statements of general concern, Madam Speaker, 3 minutes is highly unfair.
Senator Musuruve, I think I made it very clear that your chair of education is going to give an exhaustive report on exactly what you are giving. And so you only took the time to report on a small aspect, but I think the chair of education is already preparing a report that's comprehensive. You will be able to revisit your report. We agreed with you, and the senator who contributed from the committee also felt the time was not enough. So we will have enough time. Now, I had promised the host senator he wanted to make one 2-minute statement. Can you make that last statement as we move out of statements? Senator Wambua. Senator Wambua, please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, okay, I'll ignore that. Madam Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity. It will not even be 2 minutes. It will be less than 1 minute. Yes, just to appreciate senators for finding time to visit KITUI County. And on behalf of the great people of KITUI County, I want to say we are very grateful for the visit and the interactions that we have had with the senators. And apart from just the few challenges that we have had, especially in regard to the appearances of the governors before the CPIC, I believe that we have had great time. The people of KITUI and the people of Makueni and the people of Machakos, we really feel honored that the Senate has spent a whole week in our region. And we say to individual senators, you are welcome to come and visit. And as the Member of Parliament for KITUI Central challenged us the first day, I hope you have made investments that after some 2 or 3 years, you'll be coming back to check out on your investments. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and say thank you to the senators. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senators. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, ad hoc committee to investigate managed equipment services.
Honorable Senators, this is resumption of debate that started yesterday. And at the point we stopped, we had actually adjourned debate. So we are resuming the debate on the same. And I would like to know if there's anybody who wants to debate. I'm waiting for the names to come forward. I'm waiting for that. So if there's anybody who wanted to debate badly yesterday and we locked out, I'll give one person. I'll give one person who did not manage to speak yesterday to say whatever they want to say.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
On a point of order, yesterday the Speaker gave specific directions, and the adjournment was to allow consultations. Thereafter, on resumption of this debate, it was generally agreed that an amendment would be made to the motion. And I plead with the chair that it's about time that we dealt with that amendment, because, you know, the motion as it is was bringing a lot of controversy, that just seeing the names as they are and the motion the way they are, then I think we are still attracting the same kind of controversy that we had yesterday. So, Madam Speaker, would there have been an order that to ask you to allow the Deputy Minority Leader, Majority Leader, since this is a co-sponsored motion, to do the necessary? And we had consultations with the Speaker about this.
Thank you very much. May I call on the Deputy Leader of Majority?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the way Minority Leader has said, this was as a result of yesterday's discussion. And before I read the amendment, this has been, the names are given out as a result of consultation between the majority and minority side. And I wish to move the amendment, Madam Speaker, to the motion on the establishment of an ad hoc committee on managed equipment services. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the motion be amended by 1, deleting the words 90 days and replacing therefore with the words 45 days. And number 2, deleting the proposed membership of the committee and replacing thereof with the following senators. Number 1, Senator Fatuma Dulo. Number 2, Senator Mary Senator. Number 3, Senator Millicent Omanga. Number 4, Senator Paul Githiomi Mwangi. Number 5, Senator Dr. Christopher Langat. Number 6, Senator Moses Wetangula. Number 7, Senator Stewart Mazayo. 8, Senator Judith Pareno. 9, Senator Enoch Wambua. And this is signed by both Majority Leader Senator Kipchumba Murkomen and Minority Leader Senator James Orengo. Madam Speaker, I don't think I'll move because this matter was canvassed at length yesterday, and this was what was holding or what was causing a lot of tension in the House yesterday. And I wish to table the names, and I would request Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. to second. I thank you.
Thank you. Senator Mutula.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you, Honorable Senators. I now wish to propose the question that the motion be amended by deleting the words 90 days and replacing therefore with the words 45 days, and 2, deleting the proposed membership of the committee and replacing thereof with the following members: Senator Dulo Fatuma Adan, Senator Mary Seneta, Senator Millicent Omanga, Senator Paul Kidiomi Mwangi, Senator Dr. Christopher Langat, Senator Moses Wetangula, Senator Stewart Mazayo, Senator Judith Pareno, and Senator Enoch Wambua. I don't see any interest to debate. So I put a question, honorable senators, that the motion be amended by 1, deleting the words 90 days and replacing thereof with the words 45 days, and 2, deleting the proposed membership of the committee and replacing thereof with the following senators: Senator Dulo Fatuma Adan, Senator Mary Seneta, Senator Millicent Omanga, Senator Paul Gidiomi Mwangi, Senator Dr. Christopher Langat, Senator Moses Wetangula, Senator Stewart Mazayo, Senator Judith Pareno, Senator Enoch Wambua. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable senators, now that the amendment has carried the day, I would like to read the motion in the amended form. Honorable senators, that aware that while health is a devolved function, Article 4.3 of the Constitution states that the governments of the national and county governments are distinct and interdependent and shall conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. Further aware that there is no existing comprehensive legal framework to guide the consultative and collaborative process between the Ministry of Health and county governments, cognizant that when the Managed Equipment Services project was launched on the 6th February 2015, the Ministry of Health entered into agreements with 5 foreign firms for the provision of specialized medical equipment worth Kenya shillings 38 billion. Noting that, according to the Ministry of Health, the project is aimed at improving health infrastructure and enhancing the capacity of counties to provide specialized health care, targeting non-communicable conditions such as cancer and renal conditions, as well as to promote diagnostic, radiological, and critical care services. Honorable Senator, please walk in. Concerned that the Council of Governors has voiced opposition to the project on the grounds that county governments were not involved in the tender procurement process, the monies are debited annually from the accounts of the counties directly by the Treasury. There was lack of proper consultation between the Ministry of Health and county governments, and that leasing the medical equipment was ultimately more expensive than direct purchase. Concerned further that the extent to which county government structures or institutions were involved in the project has remained unclear, and the opposition raised by the COG reveals serious gaps in the consultative process between the Ministry of Health and county governments, including the terms of the contracts which end in 2022. Now, therefore, in exercise of its oversight function, the Senate therefore resolves to establish an ad hoc committee to investigate and establish the facts surrounding the leasing of the medical equipment in the now 119 beneficiary hospitals countrywide, including 1, whether county governments were involved in prioritizing the medical equipment in accordance with their needs. 2, the details of the company from which the equipment was leased. 3, the viability and benefit of leasing versus outright purchase. 4, the availability of adequate numbers of human resource to provide specialized health services as envisaged in this project. 5, the operation, training, and maintenance facilities in place for the equipment. 6, the terms and period of the lease of each piece of equipment, where the equipment was supplied, the lease amount, and who bears the cost of the residual value of the equipment at the end of the lease term. 7, the schedule of equipment supplied to each hospital and cost thereof, including proof that the monies disbursed were utilized for the intended purpose. And 8, the results of the exercise, considering the terms of the contract ends in 2022, when equipment has remained unused in some counties despite the county having paid annually for the installation, maintenance, and utilization of the same since 2015, and submit a report to the House within 90 days. And further, and submit the report to the House within 45 days. And further, that the following senators be appointed to serve in the committee: Senator Dulo Fatuma Aden, Senator Mary Seneta, Senator Millicent Omanga, Senator Paul Kidiomi Mwangi, Senator Dr. Christopher Langat, Senator Moses Wetangula, Senator Stewart Mazayo, Senator Judith Pareno, and Senator Enoch Wambua.
Point of order.
Yes, what's the point of order? Senator Mutula.
I wish to move a motion that in view, understanding order number 104, that now that we have debated this matter extensively and exhaustively, that the mover be called to reply. And I ask Senator Wetangula to second.
Okay. I see no objection to that, so I move now that I request the mover to now reply. May I put the question first that the mover be called upon to reply? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? Thank you. The ayes have it. So with the ayes having it, may I now ask the mover to reply?
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank everybody who contributed to this motion and also the robust debate that took place yesterday that has ended up in our amending the motion. I think the critical amendment has been the number of days that they should report within 45 days. This is because if we don't have a report within 45 days, then we may have to be in a situation where we go into recess, December recess, without a report, and that will put that report into jeopardy, and delay also is going to raise a lot of questions. I just want to finish by saying, if for any reason, while this committee is doing its work, and you should be really focused on the mandate you've been given. But if for any reason, any members of the committee find the fire too hot, please let the House know. because this is a matter born in controversy. And I'm glad that Senator Fantuma Dulo, the Deputy Majority Leader, is in this committee, because this motion actually was a product of the concerns that she raised, and persistently she has been demanding a report from this particular committee, which now stands reconstituted. And therefore, Madam Speaker, without further ado, I move.
Honorable Senators, I want to announce that I have studied this and it doesn't affect counties, so I'll proceed to put the question. Honorable Senators, I now put the question that aware that while health is a devolved function, Article 6.2, sorry, I mentioned 4.3 before, but Article 6.2 of the Constitution states that the governments of the national and county levels are distinct and interdependent and shall conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. Further aware that there is no existing comprehensive legal framework to guide the consultative and collaborative process between the Ministry of Health and county governments, cognizant that when the Management Equipment Services MES project was launched on the 6th February 2015, the Ministry of Health entered into arrangements with the 5 foreign firms for the provision of the specialized medical equipment worth 38 billion. Noting that, according to the Ministry of Health, the project is aimed at improving health infrastructure and enhancing the capacity of counties to provide specialized health care targeting non-communicable conditions such as cancer and renal conditions, as well as to promote diagnostic, radiological, and critical care services. Concerned that the Council of Governors has voiced opposition to the project on the grounds that the county governments were not involved in the tender procurement process, the monies are debited annually from the accounts of the counties directly from the Treasury. There was lack of proper consultation between the Ministry of Health and the county governments, and that leasing the medical equipment was ultimately more expensive than direct purchase. Concerned further that the extent to which county government structures or institutions were involved in the project has remained unclear, and the opposition raised by the COG reveals serious gaps in the consultative process between the Ministry of Health and county governments, including the terms of the contracts which end in 2022. Now, therefore, in exercise of its oversight function, the Senate resolves to establish an ad hoc committee to investigate and establish the facts surrounding the leasing of the medical equipment in the now 119 beneficiary hospitals countrywide, including 1, whether county governments were involved in prioritizing the medical equipment in accordance with their needs; 2, the details of the company from which the equipment was leased; 3, the viability and benefit of leasing versus outright purchase; 4, the availability of adequate numbers of health human resource to provide specialized health services as envisaged in this project; 5, the operation, training, and maintenance facilities in place for the equipment; 6, the terms and period of lease of each piece of equipment, where the equipment was supplied, the lease amount, and who bears the cost of the residual value of the equipment at the end of the lease term; 7, the schedule of equipment supplied to each hospital and the cost thereof, including proof that the monies disbursed were utilized for the intended purpose; and 8, the results of the exercise considering the terms of the contract ends in 2022, when equipment has remained unused in some counties, despite the county having paid annually for the installation, maintenance, and utilization of the same since 2015, and submit the report to the House within 45 days. And further, that the following senators be appointed to serve in the committee. 1, Senator Dulo Fatuma Adan. 2, Senator Mary Seneta. 3, Senator Millicent Omanga. 4, Senator Paul Kidiomi Mwangi. 5, Senator Dr. Christopher Langat. 6, Senator Moses Wetangula. 7, Senator Stewart Mazayo. 8, Senator Judith Pareno. 9, Senator Enoch Wambua. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Elections Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 18 of 2019, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Elections Act to allow the use of a candidate's popular name on a nomination or election ballot paper and for connected purposes.
So what happens to this? Yes. Next order.
Order number 10, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2019, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the settlement of certain civil disputes by conciliation, mediation, and traditional dispute resolution mechanism to set out the guiding principles applicable and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 11, the County Tourism Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2019, second reading.
Okay. Trying to check whether there's somebody who was on the floor.
Madam Speaker, I was on the floor. I've already taken my position.
Oh, thank you very much. Senator, I was trying to trace who it was. Moses Wetangula was on the floor, and he still has 12 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'll try to take less. I was lamenting the death of the city of Mombasa, and I was urging my colleague and distinguished learned friend, Senator Faki, and the coastal senators and their governments to set up alternative sources of income, since the death of Mombasa appeared to have a complicity with some of their leaders. Madam Speaker, I want to now look at the bill in its content and urge Senator Zani that there are a lot of loose ends in the bill that you need to address. First, Madam Speaker, Senator Zani is giving the CEC tourism in the counties authority to license tour operators of tourism sites and activities. She has, Madam Speaker, in Schedule 1, listed a variety of activities including hotels, clubs, motels, hostels, flotels, bandas, and so on, that need to be licensed to operate. I want to believe that what is driving Senator Zani to bring this bill is to promote local tourism, ordinary people who can emerge from nowhere and run a small banda and grow in terms of economy. But, Madam Speaker, that very noble philosophy is then negated by clauses 8 right through to clause 14, where the proponent of the bill first gives powers to the minister to license the CEC member, does not provide for avenues of appeal where there is an abuse by the CEC. If the CEC unreasonably rejects to license an applicant, there must be an avenue of redress where the CEC member cancels a license. She has provided that it goes to the tribunal. What she hasn't been clear is whether this is a tribunal set up in the county or is a tribunal at the national level. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, and to Dr. Zani, when you look at clause 13, a person who A, breaches or fails to comply with the provisions of the Act, B, then C, obstructs a person in the execution of powers or duties under this Act, or knowingly or recklessly makes a statement, then there's a whole chain of statements creating offenses of knowingly or recklessly. Knowingly or recklessly. In law, it is better you say knowingly or willfully, and not recklessly. You know, recklessness is a very technical legal term that can't apply here. It is knowledge and the will, knowingly and willfully. So, Senator Zani, you need to look at that. Then when somebody knowingly and willfully, you know, recklessness in law means you know you are doing wrong, you know there are consequences for doing wrong, you know those consequences, but you don't care. That's what recklessness in law means, and I don't think it applies to somebody who's applying for a license to run a curio shop or something as small as that. Speaker, you come from a tourist attraction area. Then, Dr. Zani, you go on in clause 13, and you provide for punishment for offenses. And if you really, and I allowed you for bringing this bill, because you want to help an ordinary mama in Kitui by the roadside to run a small curio shop and be licensed to do so for tourists going wherever to stop and buy a cup of tea, buy a bracelet, and so on. But then you can, Mr. Speaker, go on and create offenses with such harsh penalties. If you look at clause 13(2), a person who is found guilty of an offense under this section is liable on conviction in the case of a natural person, and that natural person is now the mama with a curio shop, to a fine of 500,000 shillings. This is not possible. It's not tenable. Senator Olekina, you know those mamas who sell curios at the airstrips in Narok? How do you find the 500,000 when their stock is 5,000? It is not possible. So Zani should rethink this. Then you go on and say, in case of a body corporate, to fine not exceeding 2 million. You know, under the current company's law, you can, even as a villager, incorporate a company where you are the only director. So it becomes a corporate person. So such a person, if you are running a curio shop with a stock of 10,000, as Ledamo Olekina Incorporated, right? Yes. You are a corporate person. So under Senator Zani is thinking, such a person will then be hit 2 million. No. It can't work. It is not developing local tourism. We should need to rethink this, Senator Zani. And then you go even further and say, where about corporates found guilty of an offense under this act? I don't know who drafted for you this. Every principal officer of that corporation is deemed to have committed an offense. It can't work like that. You're saying that if it's a hotel, the beverages manager is guilty, The manager is guilty. The waitress is guilty. The front office manager is guilty. The chief chef is guilty. And they will be hit fines of 500,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding. You know, this is, Mr. Speaker, reminds me of what the president of Uganda always says, President Museveni, that immigration officers think their duty is to prevent people from traveling, not to assist people to travel. And this, Mr. Speaker, I would want Senator Zani to rethink these provisions. Then, Mr. Speaker, there is a provision for making regulations. I want to encourage her that these regulations, if they're going to help tourism in the counties, then they should be subjected to debate and approval by the respective county assemblies, because delegated legislation now has no effect unless it's passed by respective parliaments, either the Senate or the county assemblies or the National Assembly. So she should look at that as well so that it can be able to help. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the idea is good. All the issues listed, Dr. Zani, through Mr. Speaker, are very good. People should be able, even for my colleague from Narok or Lekina, if there are tourists who have come specifically to enjoy the comfort of a manyatta, they can go and sleep in a manyatta, pay some dollars to the owner, and you are saying if that owner then violates something, you hit them with 500,000 fines. It does not add up. It does not add up at all. So I want Senator Zani, at some appropriate moment, I'll sit and do a write-up on your bill and forward to you so that you can be able to improve it. And I want to encourage members that this is very good. Like I started yesterday, tourism is not about parks and beaches. It's about our culture. It's about the way we live. It's about where we live. It's about our flora and fauna. It's about our mountains, about our valleys, about our hills. It's about our everything. And every single county in this country, Mr. Speaker, is a tourist attraction in its own right. Every region of this country is a tourist attraction in its own right. And this bill will go a long way to assist in helping counties grow. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage Senator Zani something that you have completely left out. There is a lot of money that is given to the Ministry of Tourism through appropriations in aid and grants from various countries. Money that comes to develop tourism, to grow tourism. We should obligate the national government that when such money comes into the country, it should be shared across counties that have expressed and developed good ideas for development of tourism, so that the money is not kept in Nairobi under the Tourism Trust Fund, and then the minister starts dishing out this money to friends to go and build huge hotels for free. I have seen it happen. The Tourism Trust Fund money are not given as loans. They are given out as grants and gifts to individuals. This money should be spread out across counties so that any woman in Narok who wants to start a curio business can access this money and start a business. Anybody in KITUI who wants to set up a small cottage hotel, a boutique hotel, like we are here now, if 3, 4, 5 senators stayed in a private home, they will improve the economy of that individual and leave them now moving to a next level in life. And this is what we are fighting for. And we must also, Mr. Speaker, wean ourselves of the ridiculous notion that a tourist must be a foreigner, that a tourist must be white or yellow or whatever. Any tourist, whether local, a neighbor, we can have Tanzanian tourists, we can have Ugandan tourists, we have Kenyan tourists within Kenya that can change economies of counties. And this is what we are trying to provide for and encourage ourselves as senators. Even coming here, sitting here, Senator Mashinani, this is part of promotion of tourism. And this is how the economies of our counties are going to grow. And well regulated, it will change the lives of Kenyans. I would have loved, Mr. Speaker, that when we were here for this 1 week. We shouldn't have carried food from Nairobi to eat in our dining here. We should have been eating the food that the people of Kitui eat. Enjoy cassava, enjoy mutokoi, enjoy ndengu, enjoy all those things so that our appreciation of the culture of the people we're visiting, we shouldn't come here and start being given fish fillet and all those kind of things that we live on in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all those few remarks, I beg to support this bill and urge Dr. Zani. It's a wonderful idea. Please make it better.
Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mswada wa County Tourism ambao umeletwa bungeni na Senator maalumu Senator Dr. Philomena Zani. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningempongeza dadangu Senator Zani kwa kuleta mswada huu ambao kwa hakika umekuja katika wakati mwafaka kabisa. Utalii ndio ilikuwa ni msingi wa uchumi wa kaunti za Pwani, kuanzia Lamu, Kilifi, Mombasa, vile vile Kwale na Taita Taveta. Lakini kwa miaka sasa imekuwa kwamba utalii umeweza kushuka, na watalii wengi ambao tunapata ni ndugu zetu kutoka sehemu za bara. Yaani wao ndio wanasafiri kama Mombasa kama watalii wa ndani kwa ndani, wakitumia reli ya SGR na vile vile ndege. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu utakapopitishwa utasaidia pakubwa kuangazia tena uchumi wa utalii katika maeneo yetu kaunti za Pwani. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kutoa masikitiko yangu kwamba serikali kuu haijafanya mikakati yoyote ikishirikiana na serikali za kaunti kujaribu kufufua uchumi. Kwa mfano, ingekuwa bora kwa serikali kuu kupitia kwa Wizara ya Utalii waanzishe kongamano la kitaifa na kaunti zote 47 kuhusiana na mikakati ambayo yanapanga katika mambo ya utalii. Hivi ilivyo kwamba kwa sasa ni kwamba yale yanayofanywa na serikali kuu katika mashinani huko katika kaunti zetu hayajulikani. Kwa hivyo imekuwa hakuna mwelekeo kamili unaotoka kwa serikali kuu kuhusiana na masuala ya utalii. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambalo limeleta kupungua kwa utalii ni kwamba hatujakuwa na bidhaa mpya za kitalii. Tumezoea bidhaa zetu zile zile za kila siku, wanyama mbugani, fuo za bahari, ndizo ambazo tutatumia zaidi kujenga utalii wetu. Lakini tumeona kwamba kuna sehemu zingine ambazo zina fuo za bahari nzuri, zina wanyama mzuri, na vile vile pia zina barabara ambazo zinamfanya mtalii kutoka uwanja wa ndege mpaka katika makao anayokwenda ya maeneo ya utalii kwa urahisi zaidi kuliko vile ambavyo tunafanya hapa Kenya. Kwa mfano, ukishuka Nairobi ama umeshuka Mombasa unataka kuja Tsavo, inachukua masaa kuweza kufika Tsavo kuweza kuona wale wanyama. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, miundo msingi katika yale maeneo ya utalii ni muhimu sana yarekebishwe. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia hatujakuwa na ile tunaita Kiingereza innovation katika mambo ya utalii. Kwa mfano, hapa Kitui tulielezwa kwamba kuna jiwe ambalo ukilizunguka, kuna mlima ukizunguka mara 7, kama ni mwanamume unageuka mwanamke, na kama ni mwanamke unageuka mwanamume. Nzambani Rock, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini hatukuona mabango yote barabarani. Barabara kuu ya kuelekea Nairobi, barabara kuu ya kuelekea Mombasa, hakuna mabango yote ama ya kwenda Mwingi na Thika, hakuna mabango yote yanayoonyesha kwamba kuna mlima unaitwa Nzambani ambao una historia ya mambo mazuri kama hayo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba lazima kaunti zetu ili kuweza kukuza uchumi wa kiutalii wawe na hiyo mbinu za kuweza kutafuta vitu vipi ambavyo vinaweza kusaidia katika mambo ya utalii. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba katika maeneo ya pwani, tukianza Lamu kule, masuala ya ukosefu wa usalama, insecurity, masuala ya madawa ya kulevya yamechangia pakubwa kuua utalii, kwa sababu wengi wa watalii wanataka wapate fursa jioni, wajumuike na wananchi wa kawaida, watembee barabarani, lakini ikiwa usalama hakuna, watalii wale hawataweza kutembea. Ikiwa kuna vijana ambao wanatumia madawa ya kulevya mihadarati, ina maana kwamba watalii hawatapata fursa ya kutembea na kujionea wenyeji wanaishi vipi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimetangulia kusema kwamba miundo msingi iko duni katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tukiangalia barabara zinazoelekea katika maeneo ya watalii, sehemu nyingi zikioshwa na mvua inakuwa hazipitiki. Mheshimiwa, mafunzo ya utalii pia yameweza kurudi chini katika nchi ya Kenya. Kule pwani kunajengwa chuo kikuu cha utalii katika maeneo ya Kilifi, lakini mpaka sasa miaka karibu 7 kutoka ujenzi uanze, hatujaona mwelekeo wote wa chuo kile. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukija katika mswada huu Mheshimiwa Spika, naona kwamba katika kifungu cha 14 kinatoa fursa kwa waziri muhusika wa masuala ya utalii katika kaunti kufanya kanuni, yani regulations, kuhusiana na vipi itasimamia sheria hii. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, tutapata kwamba kwa vile tuna kaunti 47, ina maana kwamba kila kaunti ikiwa na kanuni zake, tutakuwa na kanuni 47 ambazo hiyo kwa hakika itakuwa ni kurudia mambo yale ambayo yanafanyika katika kaunti zetu. Ningependekeza hapo kwamba Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa waziri muhusika wa utalii aweze kutengeneza, kwa sababu hii ni sheria ambayo inapitishwa kitaifa, aweze kutengeneza kanuni zile ili aweze kuzipeleka katika zile kaunti nyingine na zipitishwe kama sheria. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia tumeona kwamba kifungu cha 15 kinasema kuwa serikali za kaunti pia ama kupitia kwa county assembly mabunge ya kaunti ziweze kutunga sheria kama hii ili iweze kutumika katika kaunti zile. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia tunaona kwamba hiyo pia itakuwa ni tunaweza kusema ni kurudia mambo yale. Ingekuwa bora kwamba hii iweze kuchukuliwa na zile serikali za kaunti, iwe ndio sheria ambayo inatoa mwongozo kwa masuala ya utalii katika kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, utalii kwa mfano katika maeneo ya Mombasa unaweza kuchangia pakubwa kuweza kujenga uchumi wa Mombasa, lakini tunaona kwamba kama nilivyotangulia kusema, uwekezaji katika swala hili hakuna. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, ukienda katika hoteli ya English Point Marina, iko karibu sana na ufuo wa bandari ya zamani ya Old Port, ambapo inahesabika ni kama mita 200 kutoka upande wa mmoja mpaka mwingine, lakini hakuna kwa mfano boti za cruise ambazo zaweza kuchukua watalii kutoka sehemu ile wanawaleta mpaka upande wa mjini Old Port, wanatembea mji wa zamani wa Old Port, baadaye wanapanda boti wanarejea upande wa pili, ili irahisishe masuala ya usafiri, kwa sababu usafiri ukipanda gari inakuchukua zaidi ya saa 1 kutoka Nyali mpaka mjini kuweza kutembelea sehemu zile. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kama kutajengwa jeti za kisasa, wa vijana wapewe fursa ya kupewa boti za kuweza kuendesha biashara ile, itasaidia pakubwa kupunguza umaskini, na watalii itakuwa ni rahisi wao kutoka mahoteli na kuja katika maeneo ambayo wataangalia, kwa sababu katika mji wa Old Town ndio iko ile Fort Jesus ambayo ina historia kubwa katika mji wa Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona pia katika sehemu zingine kama vile pwani ya kusini mambo mengi ambayo yanaweza kufanyika, ambayo yanaweza kufanya na vijana ili utalii ukakua, yanashindwa kufanyika kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa muundo msingi. Kwa hayo machache Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono mswada huu na ningeomba kwamba tumsaidie Senator Zani ili uweze kupita. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr.
Asante. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a very important bill, by Senator Zani, particularly because we are grappling with the question of on-source revenue by counties. This is one framework where counties can make money. I'm surprised, and I want to hear the people of Kitui to hear this, that when a Senate like ours is in Kitui, I would have expected there would be stands out here of various places where senators can visit over the weekend. I'm surprised that some senators got so bored they have left, they have gone to Nairobi because they are thinking there's no activity in Kitui. Why? Because a place like the Zambani Rock, there should have been a stand here where senators can get brochures, vehicles, young ladies here promoting various places where people can go. That's how you promote tourism. I wanted Senator Zani to hear this. I recently visited Watamu. There's a place called Crab Shack that is done by a local community. So this local community in Watamu are rearing crabs. They're in the middle of the ocean, inside the mangrove forest. It's run by the community. And when you order for your crab, they go and fetch it and cook it for you as you watch. Very amazing. But what surprised me is that they were so happy that I was there, wanted to take pictures, but they claimed the local leaders have never visited them. So you go to Watamu and you have Hemingways and all these big hotels run by all these sorts of multinational companies. But that place where a community is making money from tourism is not promoted by anybody. And that is what Senator Zani is talking about. It brings me to this point, and I want Senator Zani to consider this in the amendment. I'm now convinced, Speaker, in your place in Samburu, people don't know that we have an island in Samburu. People don't know there's a beautiful hotel in Samburu in the middle of, I don't know whether it's a lake, but a beautiful place where all of us can visit. Why haven't you invited a committee to go to Lake Samburu? It's a question I'm asking you, Speaker, while you're here. It's called promoting local tourism. A hotel in Narok. Narok is possibly one of the most beautiful places in this country. Instead of spending money in Mombasa, Pride Inn, White Sands, and I have nothing about all these places, we should hold our committee meetings in some of those local tourism. A place called Ngerende in Masai Mara, run by one of our leaders. Beautiful place. And many others. I'm now convinced, and Senator Zani, maybe you should consider this, that in view of the fact that you have passed the public-private partnership framework law and regulations in county governments, that I'm not sure whether we should leave this to county governments alone. This law must provide for a framework where Senator Olekina, as an investor in Narok, can enter and has connections all over in US and many people, can look for a person who can partner with counties to promote tourism so that we don't leave the responsibility of local tourism to counties alone, because they then treat income from tourism as on-source revenue as opposed to local revenue raised from tourism, and they mismanage it. With time, I've come to have very little faith in the management of counties and the understanding of the law and the understanding of how you can trade. I've told the people of Makueni, and I'm telling the people of Kitui, and we told the governor, this factory that is here, Kikotech, should not be run by county government. It should be run by an investor. What the Kitui County government should do is provide the enabling environment, land, availability of a place somebody can invest. Same with Kalamba Fruit Factory in Makueni. After investing in all that facility, the person who should go and look for mangoes when mangoes are off-season in Makueni should be a private investor. A milk factory like the one that Senator Olekina, not a milk factory, like Senator Olekina has bought beautiful cows that are giving us milk. Similarly, when we are doing a milk factory, that milk factory should be run by people who are doing business. Let's give that portfolio to businessmen. Our work in county governments is to do the 1+1 of business, means profit and loss account. We have put in X, and they look for good lawyers like me. I do joint venture agreements for them. The investment of the county is the land. The investment for the county is the factory. That's it. There should be no county revenue being put in factories like Kikotech, Kalamba Food Factory in Makueni, or any other place, so that they don't end up in the quagmire. For example, like Kikotech has found itself in Kitui. That framework is now available. Please, those who are watching, the framework of public-private partnership and regulations is now available as law. The state corporations framework that is available under the state corporations framework is also available for counties. Where there is no law available for a county, national law applies. That is the Constitution. There's no reason why Kitui County doesn't have a framework for Kikotech. None. Because if there's no local framework, the law allows them to use the national law framework. Why am I saying this? It's because it is possible. Kansas City today runs on a gazette notice that is a page long. We have a Korean investor that is doing a university. We have beautiful things happening in Kansas City today, and there's no legal framework per se, except the State Corporation Act, which allows the president to put to gazette Konza Technopolis. Therefore, although I am supporting this framework, I think that since the framework that allows tourism, and let's not restrict every little place. For example, Senator Zani has so ably created different frameworks under the first schedule. Hostels, tree houses, service flats, water sports, balloon operators. There's nothing that stops any county from entering into different frameworks on hotels, different frameworks on water sports, if you're in Mombasa, if you're in Lamu, and near the ocean. Game fishing outfitters, enterprises, local boat operators, curio vendors, etc., etc. I don't know whether, Mr. Speaker, you have been to a place called Changamwe in Mombasa. Where is Faki? Faki has left. There are 2,500 kambas and others doing beautiful carvings. But they are left to local devices of tourists walking into Changamwe where they are doing their carvings. What has stopped the government of Mombasa from entering into some sort of framework for those things to be sold to tourists all over the world? The reason why the Kikoi we are fighting with, is it Japan or China? Yeah? No, Kyondo or Kikoi. Japan, from them patenting Kyondos and Kikois, is because we have left the people who can do Kyondos and Kikois to fraudsters and other profiteers and racketeers. And that is why a Kyondo and Kikoi, it now looks like a Chinese product. Well, it shouldn't be. And we can promote these things by allowing the county governments, through this framework that is proposed by Senator Zani, not only for things that you can see, but things that people can make with their hands. And those things, Mr. Speaker, can help these people make money. I would have loved for the Kitui County Assembly to have allowed where we have a tent where there's food, or at the parking lot where there's another tent, a tent where the women of Kitui would have sold their beautiful kiondos. I recently got an order with sizes for people to sell kiondos in the US. And I'm trying to look for people who can do those kiondos and the specifications that have been given by Zoe Baraka, who has gotten an award from the Hillary Clinton Foundation. There should have been a place where all of us would have spent some of the money that we were given here to buy a kiondo. I would have been happy to do so, so that we can promote local tourism. Allow those platforms, but allow the sort of platforms, Senator Zani, where places like these, like the way supermarkets, if you go to Yaya Center on a weekend, they close one floor and allow people who are selling curios to sit there. If you go to Prestige in Nairobi, they do the same. Why can county governments close a road? For example, the road that is in Mombasa, Kwame Nkrumah Road, or a place, close it on Saturday. And allow people who have carvings and curios to sell their wares on one road, like Kenyatta Avenue. Imagine the sort of business we would give to these local people who have things that they can sell. And for that particular day, allow these people to sell their wares and tears throughout the day or throughout the night. Do like what the Brazilians do. 24 hours, put lights, put security, and ensure people can make money. So those are the proposals I have. And for those periods, have a tourism week in Makueni. Have a tourism week in Marsabit. And Senator Lelegwe, Dr. Lelegwe, Speaker, call us to Samburu for the tourism week or cultural week like the one we have in Lamu, so that that becomes a way of tourism. During that week, the Senate committee, one of them, can go to Park, can go and have their sittings in Lamu. So after our meetings, we go and learn the traditions and some of the things that the good people of Samburu and other places do. We can make money. We can promote business. We can help our people make a minimum of 1,500. My concentration on this is not to allow county governments to collect more revenue so that they can pilfer it. My emphasis would be allow Mama Mwikali, Mama Mudheu, Fatuma to make some extra coins in their pockets from other places, and we provide an enabling environment. Maybe for that week, when you're doing tourism, you give them what they are called tax holidays. We call investors into Kenya in the EPZs or Konza City and big places, and we give them tax holidays. Mr. Speaker, you are aware of the case where CBA, when in the acquisition of NIC Bank, doesn't want to pay tax. They're seeking for a waiver. No, they're exempted. Or they were exempted from paying taxes. When do we exempt the people who make 1,500, 2,000 shillings a day, a week, during these tourism sessions, not to be taxed by our county governments? It's called robbing Peter to pay Paul. When I talk about Karl Marx, I am serious that this is a country where the people who are oppressed even more. But the people who have are given more time to either steal or cheat the taxpayer. Let's give what belongs to Caesar. But let's allow the people who can make little money through this framework do so. Thank you, Speaker. I support.
Senator Msuruve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to truly thank Senator Dr. Zani for coming up with this bill. And it is a bill that is coming up at a time when we are really talking about issues of employment. We are talking about ways in which counties can really pop out. And some of the strength points in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that it allows for marketing of counties. Mr. Speaker, it is a noble bill because it allows the counties themselves to look at exactly what is viable in the counties, what can make the county pop out, what can make the counties get some source of revenue. And Mr. Speaker, it is even within the Constitution that counties are allowed to collect revenue. And this is one of the normal ways of ensuring that counties collect revenue. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of revenue that can come out of, tourism industry. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that even when you're talking about issues of tourism, we need to know that we ourselves as Kenyans can also become tourists. When you're thinking of, in terms of tourists, we should not, limit ourselves to foreigners coming all the way from Europe to come and visit Kenya. Mr. Speaker, you'll find that even there are some people living in Kenya here who have never even gone to Mombasa. So if they go to Mombasa, it will be like they become tourists. And sometimes, in fact, Mr. Speaker, very many people even save just to go to Mombasa. Those who do not come from Mombasa, they save a lot of money so that towards the end of the year, they actually go to Mombasa and other places. So I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that tourism is important for this country because it also helps us create employment. Mr. Speaker, we know very well as Kenyans that employment is an issue in this country, but we have to strategize. We have to look for ways in which employment can be created. And Mr. Speaker, there is need for all counties to devise mechanisms, to look up for strategies that will help them, create employment for their youth. And Mr. Speaker, the issue of youth unemployment is a serious issue because the youths at their stage are supposed to be very active. But Mr. Speaker, if they're idle, then they'll end up doing things that will be, very harmful for themselves and even, things that might have negative repercussions even for this country. But we have to look for, counties need to look for ways in which they can make their youth busy. Counties need to look for ways in which they can engage their youth. And Mr. Speaker, when we are also talking of tourism, tourism will create employment even in the hotel industry. As tourists go to whatever county it is that they go to, Mr. Speaker, you find that they need accommodation. If they need accommodation, it means that whichever hotel they go to, if they are cottages, there'll be cleaners will be employed. So job creation will have been done. There'll be, cooks and chefs also would have been employed. And Mr. Speaker, this is a noble way of ensuring that counties are able to collect money. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that even as we think about tourism in the counties, there's need for all counties to ensure that all places in the counties are accessible, Mr. Speaker. Tourists are not supposed to be confined just into towns. They can even go inside of the counties so that they're able to see the scenario, so that they're able to engage even with the locals. Mr. Speaker, I remember when I was growing up, when I was a little kid, there are some people who would come from very many counties, and they would go to Tiriki just to see how, during the circumcision season, there's a way in which, the season was attracting so many people, even from Europe, just to see how they do it, just to see the dresses they used to put on and all that. Mr. Speaker, there are some people also who come to this country just to see how beautiful the Maasais are. And Mr. Speaker, when I'm talking about the beauty of the Maasai, the real Maasai person will not put on makeups. You will see the real Maasai person with jewelry that is very attractive. You'll see them with bangles that are very attractive. And sometimes this also attracts tourists. And sometimes even allow me to use this, the kangas they wrap themselves with. Some of them are specifically red, some of them are blue, and all that. All these attract, tourists. And Mr. Speaker, even when tourists come, we'll also have tour guides, especially our young people. They're very vibrant. That energy should be used productively. They can become tour guides. They can take the tourists from one corner to another. So I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is coming handily to ensure that we're opening up counties. We are saying that we must take services to the counties. And Mr. Speaker, when counties are able to identify the tourist attraction, and when they're able to ensure that the atmosphere is conducive for tourists to live in, then there's going to be revenue for the counties. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is really important for counties to come up with strategies. It is even important for counties to have a register of even the licensed people to carry out tourism. And even whoever is carrying out tourism, Mr. Speaker, should be accountable for the tourists who live maybe in his premise, because there's some tourists who live in homes, people's homes. There's some tourists also who live in hotels. There's some tourists who live in villas. But Mr. Speaker, even as you're talking about the issue of tourism, tourists are good. Yes, they bring money to, to a country. But there's some tourists that come with ill motives, Mr. Speaker. There are instances when we've seen even our daughters sometimes even abused by tourists who come to this country. And sometimes the tourists cannot be traced. So there's need to, whoever is hosting a tourist, to ensure that he has a biodata of the number of tourists he has, so that in case of anything, it becomes easy to trace the tourists if they've done any heinous act. And Mr. Speaker, even as we're talking about, tourists at county level, there is need for us for counties to ensure that they're also marketing their own culture. And when you're talking of culture, culture is a way of life. And it is expressed in many ways. It can be expressed in terms of dancing. So all counties should come up with the way in which they dance for the purpose of ensuring that they're attracting tourists, because there are some tourists who come, and even when they're eating, at the comfort of their eating, they want to see those traditional dances. And why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? It is because some of our children, some of our teenagers, instead of embedding our own culture, instead of embedding our own songs, they have actually imported, a culture that is not ours. And sometimes, tourists come because of this. And even when you're talking of food, Mr. Speaker, if tourists come to a place like this, like in Kitui, Mr. Speaker, those tourists should be eating modokoi. Those tourists should be eating the local food, so that they also engage with the local food and really appreciate it. So, Mr. Speaker, there's also need to devise mechanisms of ensuring that tourists who are not Kenyan speakers learn Kiswahili, because the Kiswahili is a lingua franca, or even English, for the purpose of ensuring communication, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes people go to countries and they cannot even construct a sentence. Sometimes, Senator Olekina, sometimes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Olekina is distracting me. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that sometimes tourists go to places, they cannot even construct a single sentence in the language that is being used in that particular place. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes they fall into problems. So to ensure that they don't fall in problems, there is need to devise mechanisms to ensure that they don't fall into problems. And even when there are tourists somewhere, Mr. Speaker, it is important to bring also ambassadors on board, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes tourists get into problems. And when they get into problems, there's no one to locate where they come from. So there's need even, for counties to know that if they're tourists from Italy, then the ambassador, in Italy, the representative should be informed that these people are here. And also, even when they come, there's need to know they're staying for how long. Is it a duration of 1 week? And then the biodata should be there. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that there's need for a standard policy to ensure that all counties are able to identify their tourist attraction sites, so that they're able to market them. And Mr. Speaker, some counties have tourist sites, but then they lack the marketing strategies. So there's need to help counties ensure that they're marketing whatever tourists, attractive places or things they have. Like, for example, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, there is a place in Kisii where they sell Kisii soapstone. Now, that Kisii soapstone attracts quite a number of tourists. And when they go out, when they go to Kisii, they really feel good to associate with the stones. Some of them buy, soap dishes. Some of them buy carved animals and all that. And when this happens, Mr. Speaker, it creates revenue even for the sculptors themselves. It creates revenue for the local persons themselves. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the idea that all counties need to identify these, tourist attractions so that the locals can benefit, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking for Wananchi, and this bill of Senator Dr. Zani is actually addressing the issue of ensuring that the locals are involved. There's even need for public participation in all counties so that all counties get to know what exactly can attract tourists and how exactly can tourists be brought on board. And even when tourists come on board, the revenue collected, there is need for it to be utilized within the counties. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. Thank you.
Senator Ledama Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support this bill on Country Tourism Bill 2019. From the onset, I want to agree with Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. that Dr. Zani should develop this bill in a way that it encourages people to make money, but not county to make money. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you travel to Europe, particularly Italy, you'll find that people have converted their homes into tourism destinations. And the county governments, or rather the government in that country, has supported that initiative by classifying it as agri-tourism, where with any move for you to convert your home into an agri-tourism center, you register it. Once you register it, you are given subsidies by the government. You end up paying less taxes, because at least you are creating more employment and making sure that you solve the biggest problem that we currently have in this country of unemployment. When I looked at this bill, just briefly, I realized that some of the penalties are more punitive than encouraging innovation. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you travel to Eldoret today, there is a farmer called KITUI, who a few years ago was named as the best farmer in this country. And what KITUI does is, in fact, I credit him for having taught me the more important thing on dairy farming. The farmer KITUI now converts his home into a local tourism destination where he trains farmers on how to be able to keep dairy cows and also how to be able to develop their dairy feeds. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would plead with the sponsor of this bill to come up with very radical amendments, which I hope she will consider doing that, to really take away the aspect of county governments making money from this bill to an area where this comes in as a way to help classify certain areas as agri-tourism destination, and where, like in Narok as an example, where we have the tourism destination, and also in Samburu and Savo, where the place is completely zoned as a tourist destination. The biggest challenge we have currently in Narok, and you know, Mr. Speaker, sir, Narok County, every year we collect close to 2.1 billion shillings from tourism visiting Masai Mara. But the biggest challenge we have is that the farms next to, which is actually the wildlife corridors, they have now, when you go there, the entire landscape is littered with white mabati roofs because people have gone there and they have created towns. You know, you'll go there and you'll even find a street which is called Majengo and which is in the doorstep of Masai Mara. This is the same in every tourist destination. So I think what we ought to do in this legislation is to try and empower counties to zone their areas where they intend to be able to help farmers. But instead of us putting white roofs in Sikenani, what we should do is that we should encourage our local people from the Maasai community to maintain their cultural activity so that when these foreigners come, they can be able to enjoy our culture. But what is happening now is that everyone wants to live close there. He wants to be able to put up hostels, houses. So in fact, sometimes other hotels prefer to fly their tourists straight into Masai Mara instead of going by road, because before they enter the park, you know, they just find all these white mabatis, you know, houses. So I think this bill should introduce an element of zoning where then an entire area is classified as a tourist destination. I support the idea of promoting local tourism. Local tourism is key and it is very lucrative. You know, my own home, in a few years' time, I'll convert it into a tourist destination. You know, I was so happy that here in Kitui, there's one where some of us were staying, is someone who created villas inside the rural part. So that encourages more people to be able to traverse the county and appreciate what that county has. When I came here, the only thing I've been eating is modokoi, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I want to appreciate this culture. So instead of punishing people, I think we should not be creating legislation and putting punitive measures in them. This issue of even where you can only transfer the license, I think we should make it very easy for you to get a license. And for you, I like that aspect that you can only transfer to an activity similar to that. So that, I would suggest to Dr. Zani to amend that clause and indicate that where it is zoned as a tourist or an agri-tourism area or a particular field of activities that brings local revenue or creates jobs in that area, no any other activities can be put there. This will be able to encourage more people to really invest in their local economies. I'm particularly happy with the factory set up by Kitui County Government. I agree with Senator Mtula that I think now we need to be able to come up with a mechanism of private-public partnership, where that eventually will be run by a private entity. I'm so happy that it created so many jobs, and I hope that other counties, instead of traveling abroad, they can actually come to Kitui, go to that factory. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to be on record to say that I visited that factory today, and I was very, very impressed. I was impressed by what they're able to do. You know, in the past, the Interior Ministry was buying their uniforms from abroad, but now they're buying them here, creating jobs for over 200 or 300 people. In fact, now what the county government should do is that they should go and replicate it further, but with a private-public partnership, you know, framework, not the county government doing everything. Big governments are not a solution for democracies. Small governments are a solution for democracies. Because with a small government, you encourage more people to become innovative, to be able to solve this problem of unemployment. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, I really commend Dr. Zani, but I wish that she could actually spend some time. And before this bill goes into the third reading, I'm not sure how much public participation has been carried out, but I think she should really sample out these counties that really thrive in local tourism to see what other innovative ideas they have and then incorporate them. Because when I saw in this list of the different classifications, or other local tourism activities and services, which were classified as A, B, C, D, and E, E and F, I think these were classified mostly for them to be able to come up with rates on how much they should charge for licenses. I don't think we should really classify them. I think we have to ask ourselves whether we are trying to do on-source revenue or whether we are trying to end this issue of unemployment and encourage our people to be able to become innovative and make money. In Narok, there are a lot of people who live in this country who have never been to Narok. There are a lot of people who live in this country who do not know where wheat, or rather the bread they eat on a daily basis, where the raw materials come from. Our farmers in Narok who grow wheat can actually convert part of their lands into becoming agri-tourism centers and put up some small condos so that they can advertise all over the country that come to Narok and learn about wheat growing, enjoy. Because it's only in this country where people, and I think maybe it's because of that problem of unemployment, Mr. Speaker, sir, where people are averse to welcoming people to their homes, showing them what they are doing. If you go to Europe, Mr. Speaker, sir, and you enter a factory, the owner of that factory will take the time, walk you through and say, here are my cows. I was recently in Poland, and one family took me, showed me even when they were milking their cows. I was mesmerized. I loved the idea that they were free, they were willing to share. But here, the moment you know and you say, this is my little secret. It's not your little secret. This world, we're in this world for a very short time, and the more we care about our environment, the more we live in a peaceful environment. County governments now ought to come up with these trade shows or trade fairs that they have with an intention of making sure that local youth pick up certain skills from there, they are supported, and where the skills, the youth cannot afford to pay for the skills, the local county government can actually pay for them, because it will be a burden that the county government will no longer think about. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this bill with various amendments, and I hope that Dr. Zani will take the Hansard report. And one of the very first amendment is to do away with all those heavy fees in terms of local tourism, like these holiday cottages. They'll still make some of the little money. You know, I think KRA, if we are looking at how we can generate more revenue, there are certain services that when people pay, they will still make money. This is a very rich economy, Mr. Speaker, sir. If only we follow things the right way. You know, we are moving away from a cash society to a cashless society. That cashless society, Mr. Speaker, sir, today I can, give you my M-Pesa statement. And where most people are using M-Pesa to pay for services, there are those ones who use what do you call them? These card services, merchant services. I think all businesses should be encouraged to do these merchant services. And what maybe Dr. Zani should include here is that where these companies, these small local companies are coming up with small businesses, what they should do is KRA should waive. They should do away with paying so much money to be able to come up with a system of collecting taxes. Maybe subsidize that so that they encourage. They will make more money. Once they subsidize, they'll continue making more money. With those few remarks, I support.
Petronila Were.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to support this bill, ably sponsored by Senator Dr. Zani, on the local tourism bill. Mr. Speaker, for a long time, we have been used to the fact that promotion, licensing, marketing of tourism is done at the national level. And there are various institutions in the tourism sector that do this, such that the county CECs do not know what to do with their portfolio. That's why we have had in this house that they think that their docket of tourism is about organizing beauty contests. But this bill by Senator Zani has outlined for them very well, a very good guide as to how they should run their dockets of tourism, of course with a few amendments of the licensing fees and the various penalties as outlined here. She has also classified the tourism sites and tourist areas that can be promoted by counties. So really our counties have no excuse not to promote tourism in their areas and be able to create employment and be able to keep our people occupied, and the various benefits associated with this. Mr. Speaker, in our counties, we have almost everywhere being a tourist attraction. In Vihiga, for example, we have the Crying Stone that people just visit without any form of structure or any form of framework for people to visit and earn the county and the locals' money. Baringo County as a whole, Mr. Speaker, is a scenic view. We just go there, take photos, and leave. The county would have classified that as a tourist attraction and made some money out of it and make our people be employed. Mr. Speaker, there are other tourisms in this country other than just wildlife, and with all due respect to Narok and other counties that have wildlife and beaches. There are other attractions, cultural, historical attractions. In Nandi, we have the Samoe, Koitalel Samoe sites that are also attractions. And then also we have made it look like we do not have any, that these attractions are not worth promoting or making tourist attractions to be promoted not just locally but also international. Our counties have created mental blocks in this area, and this bill will seek to unblock their minds so that they open up their minds and promote these sites for their counties. We urge that with this bill, counties will be able to think out of the box and promote their areas so that eventually people in this country will be fighting or will be planning to visit other counties from where they don't come. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to support with amendments.
Mover to reply, Dr. Agnes Zani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to reply, and I'd like to begin by thanking Senator Wetangula, Senator Faki, Senator Kilonzo Jr., Senator Mosuruve, Senator Ledama, and Senator Were for their very insightful and very constructive comments and contribution to this bill. Indeed, I have listened to these presentations that they have put in terms of the contribution to this bill, and also on Hansard, I will look through and comb very, very carefully. Some issues are standing out clearly. The issue of penalty, the penalty on this bill needs to be reviewed downwards. The issues of regulations, the issue of counties all making their own bills might cause confusion. The issue of zoning that has been raised, among other issues. Really, Mr. Speaker, the whole nexus of this bill is just to ensure that counties can be able to come alive. So many countries and so many cultures do this. And this seems to be the easiest, least intuitive thing to do, because most of the materials that exist for local tourism are exactly there. And now that many tourists also want to experience it as it is, it doesn't even need to be upgraded. So for Kitui County with the Nzambani Rock, really, this would have been a time to see Kitui market this cultural site. Each and every county, and Mr. Speaker, I will not go into each of the counties, each and every county has something that they can showcase for and something that is very precious and something that can bring money. Indeed, very many countries the world over have been able to successfully exploit their local tourism to this extent. Yes, we have the national tourism, we have the ministry that is really focused on this, but the Constitution actually gives a mandate also to the counties. It is actually a shared function between the national and at the county level. Unfortunately, at the county level, it has not been developed in terms of looking for ways to manage, develop, market, and regulate local tourism, and this bill hopes to do that. With those comments, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply and request understanding Order 61.3 to defer the putting off the question to another appropriate time when we have quorum in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Therefore, order that the putting of question be deferred until further date. Next order.
Order number 12, the County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2018, second reading.
Honorable Senators, I use my discretion to defer order number 12, the County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bills number 39 of 2018 until Wednesday next week. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, engagement of community health workers by county governments.
I defer order number 13. The sponsor of this motion, she is not around, Senator Nyamunga. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, legal and policy interventions for caregivers of persons with permanent motor and neurological disorders.
Senator Millicent Omanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move this motion that aware that cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, autism, and other permanent motor and neurological disorders are birth defects characterized by, among others, disturbances on sensation, perception, cognition, hearing, loss, congenital heart defects, lower than average IQ, impairment in social interaction, and rigid repetitive behaviors. Cognizant that persons born with this and other permanent motor and neurological disorders face considerable difficulties in the social and behavioral aspect of their lives, including discrimination, physical challenges, mental and emotional health issues, and problems with inclusion and social isolation. Acknowledging the critical role that the parents and caregivers of persons with permanent motor and neurological disorders play in ensuring that they realize their potential to the fullest extent possible and that they have long, healthy, and satisfying lives. Recognizing that in taking care of these persons, caregivers make considerable sacrifices in the pursuit of education, employment, investment, and other opportunities for their own advancement, and in some cases, spend the most productive years of their lives taking care of persons with these disorders. Noting that most caregivers lack the training tools and psychological support required in taking care of the persons with these permanent disorders, are often subjected to the same stigma as the persons they take care of, and they are exposed to stresses and pressures that have an adverse impact on their mental and physical well-being. Concerned that while a lot of progress has been made in taking care of other vulnerable and disadvantaged members of society, equivalent efforts have not been made to recognize the important role that caregivers play to create, through policy and legislation, a conducive environment for the provision of adequate, safe and informed care to persons with these disorders. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Ministry of Labor, Social Security and Services, together with the county government, formulates a policy framework for the recognition, training, empowerment, and protection for caregivers of persons with permanent motor and neurological disorders, including provision of financial assistance and incentives to caregivers, including inclusion in the list of beneficiaries under the Inua Mama cash transfer programs, provision of appropriate tax relief and exemption to caregivers equivalent to those advanced to other persons with disabilities, exemption from taxes of goods and services required for the care and protection of persons with the disorders, and finally, provision of specialized training, psychological and other support necessary to engage in income-generating activities for caregivers of persons with permanent motor and neurological disorders, including accessing quota set aside in law for vulnerable groups for supply of goods and services to government entities. Mr. Speaker, this motion is close to my heart, and it is through some social work I've been doing that I was pushed to come up with this motion. Mr. Speaker, the number of persons with disability in this country is growing, and there is need to have a legal policy framework for both national and county government, which will include these caregivers of permanent motor and neurological persons, neurological disorders, persons with the disorders. We come from a society, an African society, which for many years, Mr. Speaker, when one gets a kid who's disabled or with this permanent motor and neurological disorder, it was seen as a curse. It was actually, it's a taboo. And in some communities, even these kids were killed. In some communities, up to date, actually, there are parents who, because of stigma, they've decided to hide these kids in their houses. They don't come out. They don't go to school because of the societal stigma. And the most unfortunate thing, Mr. Speaker, you get parents of these kids, mostly are single parents. It's unfortunate that when women, most women get these kids who are disabled, the men tend to run away, either because it is because of the taboo and the cultural beliefs associated with it, that it is a curse, or also they don't want to take responsibility. Because, for example, Mr. Speaker, if you have a kid with a cerebral palsy, these are kids, you will be a caregiver. You will actually not go anywhere. You will not leave that kid with anyone. You have to to be there for the kid 24/7. And Mr. Speaker, there's a class I'm taking care. There's a class I've been doing community service in my constituency. It's in between Kasarani, between Starehe constituency and Kamkunji constituency in Nairobi. It's called Muslim Primary. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, currently there are a number of special units in public schools. Actually, most of our public schools nowadays, they've got one class dedicated to this kind of children. And the caregiving is left to the teachers, who are actually not well trained to take care of these special needs. The class I take care of in a Muslim primary, Mr. Speaker, the parents, most parents come from the informal settlements around in Kiambiu, in Majengo, in Shaurimoyo, in Kitui village. All those are informal settlements. There are parents who cannot afford actually to even buy wheelchairs for these kids. So these are parents, every morning they carry their kids, and you know, it is a permanent disorder, and as the child grows, they become even heavy, and you have to carry them to school and all that. Mr. Speaker, it's actually a challenge. And these parents actually just learn by the process, by dealing with the kids, because they don't know how to handle the stress, to handle the stigma, to actually take care of the kid the way it should be. So, Mr. Speaker, there is need to come up with this legal and policy framework to be able to train these parents, these caregivers, and to be able to give them counseling and quality training. Mr. Speaker, also there is need actually for the government also to support them and engage them on income generating activities, including for them to actually access the quota which is set aside in law for vulnerable groups for supply of goods and services to government entities. Mr. Speaker, also there is need for these caregivers to be exempted from taxes on goods and services required for the caregiver, like things like diapers. Mr. Speaker, these kids and people with the permanent motor and neurological disorder, most of them can actually not do a simple activity like going to the toilet. They have to use diapers, and these diapers are taxed, and they are very expensive. And you know, most people cannot be able to afford this. So there is need for government to exempt and zero rate, maybe tax from these goods and services required by the caregivers. There is also need for provision of tax reliefs and exemptions, because as we said, Mr. Speaker, it is a full-time job, because if you are a parent and more so a single mother because your husband ran away because they don't want the responsibility or they don't want to be associated with the African belief, those cultural beliefs that it was a curse, they ran away, you are left to yourself. So it is a full-time job, and if you cannot be able to actually employ expertise.
Order, Senator Omanga. You will have 8 more minutes to continue moving your motion. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 24th September 2019 at 2:30 p.m.